Bowlers, there are 2 minutes left on your practice session, 2 minutes.
That was the IQ.
Bowlers, please hold up on all practice bowling. Your practice session has concluded. All right, reminder bowlers, it is your responsibility to make sure that you write down your scores at the conclusion of each game on your recap sheet, and then turn it in to one of the counters at the conclusion of your squad today. The 2 counters are behind lanes 32 and lane 62. Bowlers, please, as a courtesy to all competitors, when you move after each game, make sure that the bowlers in the area you are moving to are finished before you put anything or yourself in that area. If bowlers are moving to where you are bowling, you'll expect it. So when you move there, they're going to expect it from you. That is the best courtesy you guys can do today. Parents and spectators, remember that we must not stand behind the bleachers. That is our walkway, and that is through the entire squad. So no standing behind the bleachers. Remember that there is no more flash photography once tournament play begins. Now, let's give these athletes a big round of applause as they begin their tournament competition. Bowlers, when your arrows come up, as long as you have a full rack of pins, you're ready for tournament play, and everybody have a great day bowling.
Good morning and welcome back to Bowl TV for the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. We are just underway here for the under 20 round, or advancers round, excuse me, here at Stardust Bowl in Edison, Illinois. These young men and women have already competed in 14 games to advance here to this round. For the under 20 boys, the top 200 plus ties advanced. It took a 188.14 average to make it to this round. After 5 games in this block, they will advance to the top 64. For the girls, the top 109 advanced to this round, requiring a 179.93 average to advance. And they'll be cut to a 48 to make it to the final advancers round. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Lucas Wiseman. We'll be here all day, bringing you coverage for nearly 14 hours or so today. So not only do we have the stream going on here for the under 20, but we also have several other streams going on throughout the course of the day. Right now, you can find the under 12 advances round if you go to youtube.com/bowltv. Craig Elliott from Michigan Bowler bringing you the action from there, so be sure to stop by, visit him for a little bit. In the under 20 advances round, all competitors competing on the World Bowling Soul pattern, 39 feet in length, 25.1 mils for the volume. So as we settle in here, we'll get a rundown of who we got on the pairs. They'll be switching every game, so we'll have a total of 20 new bowlers coming to each game. So everyone sit tight, hang back and enjoy.
Hope everybody's having a good morning today as we are underway with our advancers round for the U20 division. I'm Lucas Wiseman along with Aaron Smith. Just getting ready to start our second frame here. And we will go through our player bios and introductions. We'll start with the boys. We'll do the boys pair first, and then we'll go through the girls with Aaron in just a moment. So we've got Chad Connard up on lane 15. He is from Geismar, Louisiana. His average is 217, his high series 747, and his high game is 290. His favorite bowler is Wes Malott, and Wes, at this very moment, is on live with Craig Elliott down on our U12 division live stream. If you'd like to check that out, you can go to youtube.com/bowltv. We've got Daniel Hansen from Tacoma, Washington, with a strike there on lane 16. 225 average, 804 high series, 300 high game, and Rhino Page would be Daniel's favorite bowler.
Daniel actually chatting with Rhino Page right now, so that works out well.
That explains that. It looks like they need to do a score correction on lane 15 here. It gave him 7, either that or a pin fell. We'll find out. They might have to spot a pin for him. So a little bit of a delay. We've got a lot of bowling for you today here on Bowl TV. Multiple channels. If you're a bowling fan, today's a good day. We've got as much bowling as you can possibly handle in one day. Right now we've got U20s going here on our channel, and the other stream is the U12 final advancers round. They're bowling 4 games down there to set up their bracket, and You can find that at youtube.com/BoltTV. So here's Sean Wilcox, from Altamont Springs, Florida, a great up-and-coming young player, 220 average. Throwing, looks like a urethane ball here on the sole pattern this morning. And 821 high series, 300 high game. And his favorite bowler is all. So he apparently does not discriminate. He likes all bowlers. I wonder if that includes me and you, Aaron. I'm not so sure.
I don't know if he's ever seen us, but he may change his answer and be a little more specific after that.
Maybe all PBA bowlers are his favorite. So Sean Wilcox, I believe that Sean was a former member of the U15 developmental team. But he's got a bright future, and he is one of those kids that's we're gonna be hearing about for a while, I think.
Definitely exciting to see, or just remembering these names as they come up. And I know, working my first junior gold back in 2009, getting introduced to the Andrew Koff run, along with a few others, and he fell a little bit short of taking home the title that year, but that was the first opportunity to get to see him in person. And I know he kind of took a different path than some of these kids will, where
well, the double-hander on 16 with the crossover strike, that's Alexander Sorge from Monmouth Junction, New Jersey. 185 average, 655 high series, 257 high game. Favorite bowler, E.J. Tackett. So Alexander must be bowling very well here this week, 185 average. I'm going to guess that he might be a little bit higher than that this week. I don't know what the average was to make the cut into the advancers round.
For the under 20 boys, it was 188.14.
There you go.
So
I don't know what Alexander shot in qualifying, but it must have been over his average, because his average is only 185.
very impressive.
Let's see, we've got David Lance from Merritt Island, Florida. Average 215. Series 806, game 300 are his highs, and his favorite bowler is Pete Weber. We'll do the girls here in just a moment after we get through our boys pair with our introductions. We've got Cody McDaniel, who just left the 610 over on lane 15 from Wake Forest, North Carolina. 219 average. His high series is a gut-wrenching 799, one pin away. 300 high game, and Tommy Jones is his favorite bowler.
That's the first Tommy Jones mention I think we've had for a favorite bowler. I'm sure he's in there a few times, but
yeah, I'm guessing that the geographic location has something to do with it, with Cody being from North Carolina and Tommy being from around that part of the country.
Yep.
Let's see, Nicholas Graville getting ready to bowl on lane 16 here in a moment from South Bend, Indiana. 219 average, 809 high series, 300 is his high game. And his favorite bowler is Ronnie Russell.
I was gonna.
You were gonna guess it?
If I had to guess, I felt it might be Ronnie.
Trying to find Tyler Scott, who just bowled. He is from Saginaw, Michigan. Didn't include his average on the bio sheet. Excuse me, 793 high series, 300 high game, and another Tommy Jones fan.
How about
Tommy
that?
Jones' favorite bowler.
It's a Tommy Jones kind of morning here on Bull TV.
So we're in our first game of 5. It's going to take quite a while to bowl these 5 games this morning. So we hope that you are in for a long day with us. Matt Cleary is getting ready to bowl on lane 15. He is from Webster, New York. 222 is his average, 803 his high series, 300 his high game, and Norm Duke is his favorite bowler. final introduction on the boys pair is going to be Joshua Rondino from Lilburn, Georgia. His average is about the highest I've seen from all of our introductions. 242.
Wowza.
That's a lot of striking right there.
That is.
High series of 789. His high game is 300, and his favorite bowler is, take a guess.
Let me see Josh's shot here.
Style here. Okay. Pretty quick with the feet. Takes a couple of steps. Looks like he's doing a little dance move out there.
A little.
Who also has some quick footwork like that?
Well, Jason Belmonte does.
Ding, ding, ding.
There we go.
We have a winner.
All right.
Kind of looks like the footwork that Jason has with a little hop, skip, and a jump there. And,
it did. It really did.
Yeah.
Minus the
two hands, of course.
Minus the two hands part, but yeah, so impressive average, and we'll see how Josh does here. And we'll get a rundown of the ladies here.
Yeah, we'll start off with them maybe in the top of the fourth frame. I have found it's easier to just go down the line as they're up to start a frame, and that way I don't forget anybody. So some helpful tips for you there, Aaron. Not that you need my help.
I appreciate it. That's why you're the man, Lucas.
I just figure if we start at the top of the scoreboard and work our way down, you won't miss anybody. Because yesterday I had a hard time keeping track when I was introducing the bowlers, who I had introduced to, who I hadn't. And we don't want to miss anybody, of course.
Absolutely.
So we'll do these introductions at the start of each game so that you can learn a little bit about the players you are watching.
Yeah, definitely a nice feature this year, adding the bio sheets and making it accessible for us. So.
And if you're looking for the results, juniorgold.bowl.com is your resource to find the information. juniorgold.bowl.com. And at some point today, they'll be updating the standings for these rounds. I'm not sure if they're going to do it every game. I'm going to guess that it'll probably be at the end of the block, but who knows? We'll find out.
All right, stepping up on 17, Junior Team USA member Stephanie Schwartz out of Racine, Wisconsin, carrying a 230 average, high game of 300, high series at 796. Favorite bowler, Belmo.
Jason Belmonte. Yes, Stephanie has bowled a couple of events for Junior Team USA. She bowled the World Championships and the PABCON Championships. Looks like we got a college bowler up on 18.
That is Justice Davis coming from Bowie, Maryland. That's a 171 average. Gets the strike there for an early double. High game at 273, high series 630. A favorite bowler, Kim Terrell-Kearney.
Good pick.
Absolutely.
Can't go wrong with your favorite bowler being Kim Terrell-Kearney.
All right, stepping up on 18, coming to us from Canada, Brittany Turcout, carrying a 199 average, high game 299, 735 is her high series. Favorite bowler, Missy Parkin.
And of course, Brittany from Canada can't earn a spot on Junior Team USA, but still eligible to compete for scholarship dollars. Figured I'd answer that question before we get asked in the chat.
Trying to find Kayla Johnson here.
Yeah, the more common names can be a little difficult to find in our database. So he's looking through.
All right, we will be sure to catch up with Kayla next frame. Laura Branch getting ready to step up on lane 17 out of Victor, New York. Carries a 208 average, High game 279, high series 760. Favorite bowler Clara Guerrero. Crystal Land takes care of the spare from Lexington, Kentucky. Carries a 209 average. High game 300. High series is 782. Favorite bowler Jason Belmonte. Brianna Marquis stepping up on lane 18, coming from Butler, Indiana. Brianna carries a 201 average with a high game of 279. High series at 761. Favorite bowler Sean Rash. She delivers a strike in the 4th.
See another Junior Team USA member on lane 18, Shanoa Rhodes.
I believe she's out of Lafayette, Indiana.
Lafayette.
Earned her spot with a good showing last year at Junior Gold. Amanda Morgan up on lane 17, looking to take care of the 6-pin from Kylene, Texas. Has a 184 average, high game 279, high series 693. Favorite bowler Liz Culkin.
Oh, nice.
But yes, I believe Shanoa led after 25 games, so she earned her spot on Junior Team USA last year. Out of Lafayette, Indiana, average 219, high game 300, high series 783. Favorite bowler Jason Belmonte.
Looks like one bowler left for the introduction.
That is Destiny Harper. Out of Covington, Georgia, carries a 218 average, high game of 300, high series 805.
Wow.
Favorite bowler Pete Weber. So there was one I actually missed over. Kayla,
Oh, you did.
Kayla Johnson. So I'm.
Oh yeah, gotta try to track her down. A lot of strikes on our voice pair for some of these guys. Alexander just had his 4th consecutive strike. He's perfect so far this morning. Alex Sorge, 4 for 4.
Well, definitely time to make the move for the guys. Going from I believe 204 when it's all said and done to 64. That's a big chunk of the field for sure. So
Yeah, it's a big cut. It's not quite as big as what we went from qualifying to this point. Went from 14:03 to 2:04. And now we're going to 64, and then we'll have the final advancers round at 1:30 Central Time, where we will cut from 64 to 16. 5 more games. So they're going to bowl a lot of games today if they keep advancing. Got 5 games this morning, 5 games this afternoon, and then 2 rounds of 2-game matches.
all right, stepping up on 18. Told you we'd get back to her. Kayla Johnson out of Edison, New Jersey, carrying a 215 average. High game of 300, high series at 791. Favorite bowler, Danielle McCune.
Lane 16, that's looking like a good lane to be on, although the names flip each back and forth. But you see on the scoreboard on 16 right now, you got everybody had a strike in the 4th, just about everybody had a strike in the 3rd. Got 4 players with at least a double. A lot of striking going on over there.
I was going to say they should maybe put together a team and head over to the Youth
know.
Open Championships right after
Exactly right.
right after this.
And we're bowling on the Soul pattern, one of the world bowling patterns that they use in international competition.
Taking a look at the standings for the under 20 boys. Junior Team USA member Dallas Leong leading the way out of Las Vegas. Through 14 games, plus 241 for a 217 average. Thomas Peters, who was featured on our Facebook page yesterday for shooting a 300, sitting in second, 214 average. Wesley Lowe, he's pretty good, sitting in third. On the ladies' side, some familiar names at the top of the standings. Last year's champion Brianna Clemmer led qualifying through 14 games with a 212 average. Julia Bonda, another former past winner, and now a collegiate national champion at Nebraska, sitting in second. Sydney Brummett out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, in third. Only 4 girls in the under 20 division were plus. So scores a little bit on the lower side, but that's to be expected with these tough patterns, switching pairs every game and going from house to house. For those of you curious about the standings and where you can find those PDFs and see round by round action, you have to go to juniorgold.bowl.com to get that information.
Yep, juniorgold.bowl.com is the place to go. Has the lane patterns on there as well as the links to all of the results. And if you don't see the results when you call it up, or you see an old version, you may need to press refresh. Alex is up on lane 15, and he's got the front 4. The double-hander. A little high on that one, but look at him mix it up for the strike. Had a 4-9 split, had a pin come in the wrong direction, and that was fun to watch right there.
That was. That's not the way I trip 4 pins, so.
But usually you trip the 4-5-7.
Yes, slowly but surely. But Alexander sitting outside the cut coming in, so great to get off to a good start here. End of the day in a tie for 114th. Guess who else was tied for 114th, Lucas?
Who's that?
Cameron Doyle.
Oh. I know I had been reading Cameron's tweets, and he didn't seem to be having a good tournament, but I guess 114th is probably not a good tournament based on his expectations. He's got some work to do if he wants to make the top 64.
Certainly so.
Looks like our U12 division already in game 2 for the girls and finishing up game 1 for the boys. And you can watch the U12 division. Craig Elliott from Michigan Bowler TV is with us, helping us out with that stream down on the high end of the bowling center. And if you'd like to watch that stream, you can go to youtube.com/bowltv.
Yeah, a little different from how we did it last year when you and I were running 2 streams at once. And actually had the button on the page, so this is a little bit different. So you actually have to go to the main page to select which feed you'd like to see. But all right, folks, Lucas is going to step away for just a few minutes, and we're going to have our first special guest of the day.
Oh, keyword special right there.
Mr. Chris Schlemmer from Storm joining us. Chris, how you doing this morning?
Oh, fantabulous. Thanks for having me on. This is great.
Absolutely, and thank you for your continued support of this great event. And we're getting to the nitty-gritty here, going from 204 to 64 for the under 20 boys, and for the girls' side, 109 to 48. So this is going to be a big cut round here, and
okay,
we're going to kind of start getting down to the best of the best.
Nice.
So
yeah, it's I'll tell you what, it's been exciting for us at Storm being the official sponsor of Give Back this year. You know, different manufacturers have had it the last few years, and you know, when we won the bid to have it for the next couple of years, it was one of those things that we wanted to put all of our efforts into it. And you know, we've got unbelievable staff here with our guys. You know, we've got all the way from the president of our company to our media guys to we've got press, staff players. You know, we had Pete Weber and Norm Duke were here the other day, and you know, we were planning on actually having more staff players, but unfortunately, once we got the junior gold stuff going, and then Japan, the round 1 event popped up with, hey, we got a chance to win $80,000. Some of the players were like, hey, we got to go over there. We're like, okay, don't mind me for that. But yeah, it was pretty cool the other day with. I'm sure all the folks who came through registration, you know, the 3,500 kids, a good majority of them came and got autographs, because we had Pete and Norm and Rhino and Wes Malott and Randy Peterson, Carolyn Dorn Ballard, and you know, it's not every day those guys get to see the Hall of Famers. And, you know, then the next day we got to hang out in the park, and you know, the stories have been, you know, people had Pete Weber pitching wiffle balls to them. You know, it's kind of some cool stuff we made happen this week, and
That's awesome.
So far it's been great. So I have to say I haven't been and Lucas, I don't know if you were around then, but you know, when I was kind of giving my input into junior gold, because I started coming to junior golds, I've been working with Storm now since 2001, and my first event that I worked was Winter Haven, Florida. And we had like 900 kids, and I'll never forget, I go into that event, it was like a last minute deal. Hey, Schlem, we need you to go to Florida to work this junior tournament. And I go down there, and there's 900 kids, and the USBC then thought it was the greatest thing ever. There was organized chaos. They didn't know how they could handle it. You know, and they thought it was, you know, here we are how many years later, and we're at 3,400 kids, and we're all going, huh, we've kind of grown a little bit since then.
certainly so. It's certainly an exciting time, and even from last year in Buffalo, just under 2,500 entrants and nearly 600 plus here compared to last year. So numbers just continue to grow and grow, and
that's pretty cool. Yeah, so this morning we've got, so these kids we got what, 5-game block, is that what we said?
5-game block, yep.
Was cut, okay.
So we're just in game 1 here. So,
and do we know which? Obviously, forgive me, I just walked in. Did they pick a pattern for this particular?
we are on the World Bowling Soul pattern. So
Okay.
39 feet,
Okay,
25 mils.
gotcha. Yeah, I've seen a variety of. Walking through the bowling center, I got here a little while ago, and it's been a variety of angles and seemingly frustration when you watch some kids that, you know, they're striking from inside, some kids are striking from out, and then there's some kids that, you know, throw a shot, they spin around, you know, with their head in their hands, and their parents are like, what was that? There's been some confusion, I think, to a degree, but yeah, it's one of those deals that I know we have different methods in bowling, and it's 39 feet, and you're supposed to play it this way. Well, unfortunately, it's not always the case, especially when you get this many people on a pair, and they have to factor in the characteristics of the bowling center as well. So you have to really kind of dictate where the lane will tell you where to play. That's what a lot of times this week, and even our pro staff, the kids are, hey, on this pattern, where am I supposed to play? And I've gotten pretty good at, some of our guys actually work with youth bowlers on a regular basis. I coach them a lot, and Rhino Page and stuff, so they kind of have a gist and know how to talk. But like Norm Duke and Pete, they're like, talk to Schlemm. And when you explain to them that, well, there's no right or wrong way, and they go, what do you mean? I go, we've seen it where it could be the longest pattern in the world, and you can play the gutter if the house allows it. So there's a lot of variables to the sport that, obviously these kids are up and coming, and they're going to learn. There's some talented players in the field I know that I noticed walking through and seeing this week. So, but like I said, it's just there's no rhyme or reason. You just kind of fit what works for you, and be able to fall into kind of what your pace and your focus in. Because again, looking up here, we've got 10 on a pair. So it's some of these kids haven't bowled even a youth league that big in a long time.
That's true.
So the pace between shots it can be overwhelming at times, because you're like, okay, what do I do for the next 3 minutes while I wait for my turn again?
Exactly.
They're used to shot, one person up, now it's my turn. It doesn't. There's a lot of things that come into play with this deal.
Absolutely, and I think one of the great points, and something that kind of just ingrained in my system coming from the Open Championships in El Paso, was just seeing teams play together, work to break down a pattern.
Oh, absolutely.
Whereas here it's an individual event, and some of the kids may be able to talk the other guys in the pair to start off. Hey, that might have happened on a few pairs where some of the kids might understand the benefits of breaking down a pattern and kind of playing them the same to start. Obviously, they're moving to a different pair after this, and it's kind of a random draw from there.
Unfortunately, I think it's a lot of the time in this deal, it looks like, at least what I'm seeing so far, and even just on these pairs right here with some of the older bowlers, it's kind of every player for themselves. It's kind of, like I said, from the angles and a couple of them playing the gutter, some of them, wheeling 25, a lot of people in between. And that's on both sides of the lane. There's variety all across the board. So, but really the key component to it all, obviously you're not going to get everybody on your pair to work together, because it's an individual tournament this week. But really the bottom line, the key is just picking spares and filling frames. That's the trying to ingrain that into some of the kids' heads. It's the fact of you just got to fill frames, and if you grind out your 190s, you're going to be pretty good, because you think about the tournament format and number of games, it's not like anybody's going to average 240 on this for the entire week.
That's true.
It doesn't happen.
And you mentioned that 190 number. That's actually 2 pins ahead of what it took to advance on the boys' side. It was 188.
Yeah.
For the girls, it was 179, just a tad under 180. So.
And this is the older kids.
And this is the under 20. Yep.
Yeah, the younger group down there, they're obviously the pace is a lot over than that, and I think that some kids and parents get a little, they anticipate, oh, it's a tournament, it's this and that, oh, it's going to be tough. But I don't think they quite comprehend how tough it is until they get here. And then because it all happens so fast. And now, even talking to some parents last night as they were finishing, and, in the pro shop, and some players are getting some bowling balls worked on and getting some other stuff. And the one mom actually told me, she goes, we talked about this and we thought we were prepared, but everything just happened so fast these last 3 days. I really don't know what happened. I go, and and you think about it, you only bowled, the handful of games each day. Like, it wasn't exactly a fast process, but everything that's just encompasses the whole event, from getting center to center, and, the amount of people in the bowling center.
Certainly.
There's a lot, that's, other variables that everyone's not accustomed to, when you have this many people in one venue. Like I was telling some other parents too earlier this week, we're not like football or baseball, you know, we're used to, or hockey, used to arenas or stadiums where you can fit 5,000 to 10,000 people in at a time. There's a few thousand people in here. And when's the last time you walked in a bowling center and saw this?
That's true.
We don't even see this on the, you know, all my years on the PBA tour, like this didn't happen on tour. There's a lot of fans in here.
It is jam-packed for sure. The fire marshal has been out here, and he's been patrolling, making sure, I mean, even when we were setting up the live stream booth here, he was kind of overlooking everything, making sure, you know, we had enough space for folks to get around in front of us and behind us. And
rules and regulations.
Absolutely.
And you can't blame them for safety. I mean, obviously that's, you know, something we have to do. But yeah, I mean, so that's I think that's the overwhelming experience too, even for the parents. You know, when they're like, hey, I'm trying to watch my kid bowl, and you know, they're like 4 or 5 rows deep and standing room only back there, and it's hard to see, you know, their child bowl. So,
not everyone is as tall as you, so that
well, that's
you
the whole
are
thing
at a
too.
distinct advantage.
You know, people walk by and go, hey, dude. I'm like, oh yeah, I can see, you know, a long way away, and they're like, oh, that's not fair. I go, hey, I was just born this way. I don't know what to tell you.
All right, we're in game 1 here of the under-20 advancers round. 1 of 5. I'm Aaron Smith, being joined by Chris Schlemmer. Chris, what is your official title with Storm?
I am officially the brand manager of Roto Grip.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've been, like I said, I've been with Storm since, actually I started with Storm in 2001, so I'm just celebrating my 14 years with Storm.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks, I appreciate that. For over a decade, I was my official title was tour rep. So back then when I started, you know, we had the ladies tour was in full swing, and we had the men's tour and senior tour. And so I was basically tour rep for the 3 different tours, and, you know, I spent a lot of those first few years spending, you know, around 40 plus weeks a year on the road, you know, between all the different tours. And, you know, as things have changed and I've gotten older and transitioned to the office, because in that time, besides coaching stuff, I'd also help out with, you know, inputs, R&D and stuff. And since I've moved into the office now a handful of years ago, you know, with now here in the last 2 years being the official brand manager for Roto Grip, I'm still also part of the marketing team on the Storm side and R&D and stuff like that. So I get involved in a lot of different aspects of the company. And but yeah, it's been fun. I wouldn't trade it for the world. You know, it's been pretty cool, and you know, get to come to events. You know, not only working with pros, but when you get to even work with kids at this level, and you know, see the bowling aspect and things that we can do to help better the sport. And you know, that's really what Storm's all about. You know, we're the bowlers company, and you know, we're taking notes this week. And again, we're, you know, for our first time sponsoring this event as the official blanket sponsor, you know, there's some things that, you know, we're going to look to improve on ourselves even going into next year in Indianapolis. So, but yeah, that's, you know, you can only do so much the first time, you know, but yeah, so far it's been great, and you know, it's been a well-received. There's been plenty of parents, you know, whether myself or Hank Boomershine's the vice president of sales and marketing. He and I walking through, and even our president Dave Sims is here, along with other coworkers, and you know, we've gotten stopped numerous times of, hey, thank you for sponsoring the event. You guys do a great job, and thanks for all you guys do for the kids and everything like that. And it really makes us feel good, you know, because that's the bottom line. The owners are the people that created Storm, Bill and Barbara Chrisman. That's what they've, you know, that's the establishment of the company, the bowlers company. How can we help bowling? And you know, that's what Storm continually does. So
definitely, Barb and Bill, 2 of the best people in the industry by far, and very generous and helping make events like this happen. And much thanks to them for their continued support as well.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool too when you walk through and you see all the, you know, it's one of those things that anybody can, there's all different products on the market from all different brands, and you know, when we see the majority of, I don't know what the numbers are exactly, but you see the majority of the kids that have a Storm logo or a Roto Grip logo on their shirt and using our product, you're like, oh, I love Roto Grip balls, or oh, I love Storm balls. And it's, you know, it's pretty cool, because at the end of the day, like we've also talked about too this week, even though we're the sponsor and we do what we can to help, bottom line is, yeah, we appreciate everybody using our stuff, but we also just want to help the betterment of bowling. And this is our future of bowling right here. These kids, we want to keep these kids bowling, you know, and you know, some of these kids, you know, they're using other manufacturers and whatnot, and that's totally awesome too. We just want to do what we can to help the experience, and man, we want to get out of that trend we had of losing bowlers after they went to go to college. We want to keep kids bowling, for years to come. So that's what makes bowling go round.
Yeah, that's definitely the case, and obviously the collegiate programs continue to grow and get better all across the country, and I know you guys also reach out to a few of the collegiate programs as well as sponsors.
Yeah, absolutely. We have, I believe between Storm and Roto Grip, we have, I want to say like 25 plus schools that are part of our programs, but also we have the deal where all colleges with programs can purchase product at a special reduced price, because it's a collegiate pricing deal. And but yeah, it's part of the thing that it's growing, and it's really cool now, especially with the PWBA coming back. And now the girls have something to bowl, because there's a lot of talented girls to bowl. And my career started way back in the day. I don't even know if you were born yet, but back in the late 90s, actually, I started on the ladies tour. I drilled balls, and that's kind of how I got into business. And back then, we had at one point in time, we were having over 100 girls a week bowling, and then things kind of dwindled as the tour kind of was on its downslide. But Hank and I went and worked the Queens earlier this year, and some of the older girls that are now in their 40s, a couple of them in their early 50s, some great talented players, like Carolyn Dorn-Ballard and Leanne Holzenberg and Kim Kearney, and
they're all in their 30s, by the way.
Yeah. 30 in holdings. I've known them long enough. I can say the numbers, but the talent level of the young female bowlers in there, we knew that there's a lot of good bowlers, but now that they got to see these girls come up, and now that there's a ladies tour, some of them got a little worried, like, holy cow, some of these girls are pretty good. I go, it's not like they just disappeared. It's just they didn't have anything to bowl, and now the college programs, like you said, have gotten so big, and there's some talented female bowlers that are in the ranks coming up, so it's going to be exciting to watch some of the PWA stuff. And I know last week even was great, just the first week, and now the deal they just announced here in the last couple of days with expanding the rosters and making room for more players, because there's that big of a demand, and it's want to bowl, so that's awesome.
It's been great, and the next stop will actually be starting tomorrow. Matt Cannizzaro making his way to Lubbock, Texas for the next stop, so.
Yeah, they've got a practice session today, and yeah, they fired up tomorrow, so that's awesome.
All right, we're getting close to the end of game one here, so Sean Wilcox on our boys pair will be up in a second on lane 15. Still got his 280 out there.
Yeah.
Left I believe it was a bucket in the second frame, covered that, and hasn't missed since. So we'll get to see him in a sec as he continues to see if he can make a run here.
Yeah, it's like we were talking earlier too, with the different plans of attack. The one kid on the spare, I don't know who it is, if it's Sean or somebody else, but I know a couple of kids on this spare in particular, 15, 16, using urethane. Playing kind of trapping a lane up the lane, and then you got other kids that are trying to circle the lane, and so there's no right or wrong way. It's just a matter of what you can repeat, and what I like to refer to as damage control. Stay out of trouble, and
Absolutely, especially when you're just in the survive and advance mode right now. And Sean was outside that 64 number, entered today in 101st with a 193 average so far through 14 games. So
what we have at the 64 number as of right now? So what's our target?
The target score, let's see here. Scroll up a little bit. 64th was essentially 196.5 coming into the squad. So
gotcha.
So find a way to get an extra double in here, or just go out and shoot 280, and that helps too.
Yeah, I mean that's a quick and easy way to move up the leaderboard.
All right, Sean will be up here in just a second on 15. Looks like.
Yep, and that's exactly who I thought. He's from a urethane ball, and there's a couple other urethane balls there on the rack. So.
I think that's interesting, kind of how the urethane has kind of come back into the sport in the past few years after, I wouldn't say necessarily going away, but wasn't as prominent as it's kind of come back to be.
Well, it's kind of the, as, I don't know how do you put it, it's called, I guess we like to refer to things as evolution. You think about like the 80s, like Lucas here would wear his Z Cavarici pants and his members only jacket, that comes back into style at some point. But urethane, the trend of urethane actually came back, and it's one of those things that, our sport's battled with you know, we made things too easy, the reactive balls destroyed the game, and this and that. And that's truly not the case, because the example I like to give is, you know, and you guys are actually have lived a little bit more firsthand than I have, going to the National USBC Open Championship. You know, you can control scoring pace with conditions. And so the opposite end of that is now, when you have, whether it's a longer pattern or a shorter pattern, changing the volumes of oil and applications, you know, there's a way to not allow the high-end balls to work so good. You know, and that's the reason why we came out with urethane. We were the ones to kind of start the trend a few years ago when we came out with the natural. People are like, oh, what are you guys doing? And it's not only the conditions, but also you have lane surfaces too that just have a lot of built-in friction. And sometimes it's better to have a stable flare rolling. And everybody has kind of followed suit, and you know, we've continued to make urethane balls, and you know, in some of these patterns, and depending on your rev rate and your tilt, you know, again, you know, like he's kind of trapping the lane in front of him, kind of keep it in play. I mean, obviously he split there in that last shot, missed it a little bit, but you know, for the most part, you kind of close your zones and you keep your angles in front of you. Sometimes it's easier to manage than trying to loop the whole lane, but unfortunately. The reason I say unfortunately is not everyone has the luck or the what's the word I'm looking for, the luxury of having their home center put out different lane patterns.
That's
you know?
true.
So you're limited. You know, that's one of those things that, you know, depending on, you know, the provider of the center, what kind of lane machine they have, what kind of oil they're using, are they willing to put patterns out? You know, it's not something that's afforded to everyone, and you know, it's different in other sports. You know, whether you play hockey or basketball, you have like a set arena, you have everything's just a standard. It's like, you know what it is. Unfortunately, our sport, that variable is something that can limit or accelerate. You know, in some cases, if you've got the provider or you've got that center you can go to, hey, I want to bowl in patterns every day this week. They go, oh yeah, no problem. Not every kid in America has that luxury, you know, so.
That's true, even though the lanes are 60 feet everywhere, what the invisible opponent out there, not necessarily.
And how it's applied.
And how it's applied.
And that's the one thing, and you know, again, bowling's been around for forever, you know. It's one of those things that dates back to one of the longest documented sports, but you know, evolution that's happened, it's kind of tough. So, but I think what we do a very good job of, you know, these kids, like we were talking about college programs, and you know, when they get to the high school level, the kids that stick with bowling, and you know, there's so many scholarships for bowling and other stuff that you know, there's a lot of different things that can happen, and you know, it's just a matter of people taking advantage of it. You know, and the one thing we do talk about all the time, especially at Storm, you know, our president, Dave Sims, brings it up quite a bit, and it's something now that we're back as a potential Olympic sport. You know, it's actually one of the safer sports you can play, you know, these days, with the less chance of getting concussion or sustaining a severe injury is bowling. And that's a benefit for some kids of all skill level, but also it's a mental security for some parents, you know. I don't want
Certainly
my kid getting hit playing football or getting hit in the head with a baseball or whatever. And man, there's not exactly a whole lot of contact happening here in the bowling center. Only time we get contact is at like college tournaments or team tournaments where, yeah, some high-fiving and, you know,
That's true. They
running
get
on a strike or something.
They get pretty amped up at those events for sure. It's always
Yeah.
fun to watch. All right, we're getting ready to wrap up game one here, the under 20 advancers round at the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Chris Schlemmer, the
Yes.
brand manager for Roto Grip.
You nailed it. You know, when people struggle with my last name, that's great.
That's why everyone calls you Schlem.
That's it. And even then, when I tell people that whether it's like airports or rental cars, just drop the C, just Schlem. And they go, oh, that's way easier. I'm like, it wasn't exactly tough to begin with. But, I mean, I know it's not Smith or Jones, but, you know, hey. You know, and, you know, we're watching here on this, our last string pair with 15 and 16. Again, you see some of the kids that, you know, like that young man right there, you know, leaves a 3-6-10, chop sit, comes back, and there's a little bit of disgust, disappointment. You know, it's really the we talked about, filling frames, but it's the mental grind. It's being prepared, and I think that's the struggle for a lot of these kids. Some of these kids have already been experienced to, if they've got a coach at home or a good high school coach, or some have already worked with college coaches or other professionals in our industry coaching them. That really the mental aspect is a tough thing to coach and comprehend for some of these kids, because I know when I was a kid growing up, when we bowled junior tournaments or travel league or this and that, we were in a different era. We had a different deal. We got we got good pretty quickly, and most of us got better than our parents pretty quickly, like a lot of these kids. But the generations were different. We didn't have all the balls. We didn't have all this different stuff. And so, we learned to play different aspects, and we had our scratch youth leagues and whatnot. And some of these kids, sometimes they rely a little too much on their parents, but other ones they rebel too much against their parents. And that's what tried starting back to Winter Haven, asking. I was giving seminars and explaining, because I was tour rep and coaching. I've been coaching professionals for a long time. That even though that most of these kids are probably better than their parents have watched them throw almost every shot. So they can tell when something's going wrong or this or that, and they go, well, my parents, they don't know. Whether it's a boy or girl, they go, oh, well, I'm better than my mom or dad. They don't know what's going on. Like, it's not about that. It's about what they see, but back here, because you can't watch yourself bowl.
That's true, and that's, fortunately for a lot of these kids, probably it's probably more of an age thing than anything else.
And that's exactly the point I was trying to get to. It's the mom and dad don't know nothing. Yeah, you're right. They've only lived on this planet for how long, and, But the parents that are the followers, and they put their time, effort, and money into watching their kid, helping their kid get to this point. And there's a few that and there's even been times where I've had to talk to parents. I'm like, you realize that you being upset with your child doesn't help either. They're trying, as long as you guys come to an agreement of you're each doing your best. You're doing your best at cheerleading, and they're doing their best bowling. That's all you can ask for. And like one young man I was talking to in a pro shop last night. His tournament was finished yesterday, and I said, well, how'd it go? It wasn't so good. He came from Louisiana. And his parents, it's a long trek, and it was this and that. And I go, did you learn anything? And he kind of him-hawed. I go, by the way, that's all I ask of you is to learn something. And I said, all my years on tour, whether it be with the ladies or the men, I said, it doesn't matter if it's Pete Weber, Norm Duke, or if it's Deandra Asbeatty or Carolyn Orr Ballard or any of our staffers. When they have weeks where they don't make a cut or they don't make a check, there's some frustration, there's tension, but at the end of the week, we sit back and we go through everything. Okay, why? What went wrong? Was it, did you miss spares? Was it this? What could you have done different? You can always figure out, if I would have done this different. But you can't dictate that. You have to, okay, what went wrong for a reason? Okay, and how can I improve on that next time? Because you don't want that to happen again.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, he goes, I guess I never thought of it that way. I said, that's the key to the reason you see those people on TV is because they found a way that when things start to go wrong, they're quick to extinguish that and say, okay, well, this is happening, I need to change this and that. And so then it helps too that they've got a tour rep or somebody behind them or somebody to bounce ideas off of. But at the end of the day, you're not going to bowl great every time you put your shoes on and step on the lane. So you have to, kind of, figure out some things and just make sure that it doesn't happen again. But like I said, every time you put your shoes on, it should always be a learning experience, and that's how you excel in the sport. And I'll tell you what, some of these kids that have already advanced, like the Cameron Doyles, and like I'm saying, some of these kids are, they're better beyond their age. Cameron was beating Chris Barnes, and talking to Chris a couple times, he's like, that kid's good. I said, by the way, don't take it the wrong way. I said, you are getting old. But, there's some kids that, that have those, and you think of that, back to, like a Pete Weber and Norm Duke. Those guys, they're basically living legends. But they actually those guys back in the day, they went on tour when they were teenagers. You know, they could bowl. They had 30+ weeks a year to bowl, and those guys kind of learned the ropes of becoming great bowlers on tour. Kids nowadays don't have the luxury to go out on tour and figure it out because we only have a handful of stops. But the ones that have put in the time and effort, there's some gems out here, that's for sure.
Certainly so. And looking to end the week with hopefully a stop on the CBS Sports Network as the finals of each division will be broadcast in August. So.
And that's going to be something fun too. I mean, I know that even just walking through here this morning, you guys have your booth set up and you've got the live stream and you've got different stations of different feeds. And you know how many nervous parents and kids I walk by just walking through the concourse? Like, oh my gosh, I'm on the live stream pair. And mom and dad's like, oh my gosh, my son is on the da-da-da. I'm like, whew. Just wait. I didn't even stop to bother to go, hey, by the way, CBS is going to be here after a while.
That's true.
We're going to graduate from live stream to TV. Like that hasn't hit the house sunk in for some of them yet either. So,
but it's definitely a great opportunity to showcase these kids and for everyone watching at home the chance to see the next generation here. And
yep. Evolution of the game. You gotta love it.
But I think you made some fantastic points about. I think probably, and I'll admit it as much as anyone else, when I was a little bit younger in tournaments, and they didn't go my way necessarily at the time, it was always kind of, wasn't necessarily happy about it, but the ability to kind of look back at the week and be able to see the whole picture when it's all said and done, and hopefully for a lot of these kids, especially these kids who are bowling right now, they've made it through a very large field and have proven themselves on multiple patterns. And as we mentioned, on the guys' side, we're going from more than 200 to 64, and for the girls 109 to 48, so we're getting rid of more than half the field here, but certainly no reason to feel bad about a performance like this.
Oh no, not at all. And exactly what you said too. And the other thing I want to throw in there too, besides the like I mentioned, learning something after you step back and evaluate it. Also, there's another tip I can give too. Once you get to a certain level, and these kids are far from it, but like a Norm Duke or some of the other guys, the guys that are beyond great, it's not so much that, we still learn stuff, they still learn stuff. And, these guys are, they're now in their 50s bowling the senior tour. But there's times also, too, where they just look at it and go, you know what? That was just not my week, and they just completely blank tape it and forget it even happened. And that's how all too many times what happens a lot of times is they get caught up and dwell on things and let things linger too long. And and that's what I've noticed too with some of these kids, that a lot of kids can go shot to shot. You can't dwell on what happened the frame before, but some of them, and even the parents, they don't let them forget. They live and die on every shot, and like, man, if you're going to do that, you're not going to make it too long to get to the next level in this sport. But some of the kids here, it's pretty cool watching. There's a lot of talent coming through here. I know, as here on the extra frame pair, we've got some 2-0s, this right lane, 2-0s, 220s scattered in there, and a couple lower scores with a lot of open frames, missed spares. So it's if anything, some of these kids can go, I might want to start practicing spares a little bit more.
We had Del Warren on for a little bit yesterday, and one of the interesting comments he came up with that I kind of never really thought about too much myself, but he's like, there's so much focus on striking, and spare shooting still, and he kind of went back to his day as well, where spare shooting was,
premium.
It was premium, but he's like, there's got to be more bowlers who want to aspire to be great spare shooters.
Correct.
And that was something that definitely, just hearing him say that and thinking about it for a second, it's like that's a great point. That, and I know at a lot of these college programs, that's definitely a premium as well.
Absolutely.
To work on that first before even thinking about attacking a pattern or.
Correct. And Dell's one of the great college coaches now, and has been for a while. And Dell sharing his experience from back on the PBA tour way back in the day, back before we had reactive resin. He's an oldie but a goodie too. But yeah, I mean the good college programs, and he's built those guys down in Florida with Weber International. They've built a pretty strong powerhouse, you know, week in,
Absolutely.
week out. And it does stem from picking spares. And what I was going to say in comparison to, you know, it's one of those deals like in golf. Those guys that are great, like the Jordan Spieth, the kid that's on, you know, making the run these days, and you know, Dustin Johnson, these younger guys. You know, yeah, some of those guys out there learn how to boom it harder, but golf's a sport where you have to have all aspects of it, and bowling does too. But I think sometimes people, not only just kids, but even adults, forget it as well. Like, oh yeah, I average 230, but I missed 3 spares a game. Okay, so you strike a lot, but you don't pick any spares. Man, if you pick a couple spares, you can average a lot more. You know, there's a lot of things that people, I don't know, it's kind of people pick and choose what they want to do. But, you know, I grew up in the era of, you know, I was right at the beginning of the reactive resin deal. I'll forget I was a late bloomer. I didn't start bowling until I was like 14 years old because obviously given my size, I played basketball and I played baseball and some other stuff. And due to injuries to knees and ankles and stuff, and I kind of fell into bowling. But heck, my first good ball was a U-dot. So, you know, it was a urethane black U-dot, and, you know, it's one of those deals that, given the condition, you played this way or that way, and you changed your hand, you did a lot of things. And, you know, there's even times where I've had to retort, you know, when I'm out working. And again, we've got Del Ballard is our tour rep, and Jim Callahan, Timmy Mack. We've got, because our staff is so big, we have a couple guys that go out and rep nowadays. But I've learned a lot from Del and some other guys over the years tour repping. But it's even, I've had to regress at times where even like this past fall, or even actually more recently at the Queens with the girls, you know, even the best bowlers in the world, there's times where they get caught up in wanting to change balls. And it's not necessarily you need to change balls. Sometimes, you know, we'd like to say, I'll throw it better. But I'm like, can you make that ball strike? And they go, what do you mean? I'm like, I don't know, change your hand position, you know, change the angle the ball goes through the pins. And, you know, is it, you know, change your release a little bit? Is it get a little bit lower at the line? There's all these variables that old school people that learned how to play the game back in the day, that we covered all aspects of the game, like Del was saying. You learn how to pick spares, you learn how to make these adjustments. We've formulated into the generation of I want it easy and I want it now, and it's kind of like American society. Everything's disposable, we want it yesterday. So rather than trying to figure out what ball to use or what to do, they're like, oh, just go to the back and grab another ball. Well, that's not always the answer. And I've already seen it with some of these kids through. I watched one kid down there, it was 4 different balls and 4 frames. I'm like, I'm like, man, how do you even know what's going on like that? But it's just the change in mentality, and you know, unfortunately, that rarely works. That's more of a lucky type draw if you happen to luck into the right ball, rather than trying to figure out, get a zone of what's happening, and then make adjustments accordingly, not just blind draws. You know, so
Definitely tougher that way. And our boys pair now starting off game 2. Girls a few frames ahead.
well, of course, girls are always good at multitasking. They're more productive than boys.
That's true. That has been the case so far. Pulling a little bit quicker here.
And again, we've got the variety of the boys here with a variety of balls on the rack. A couple urethane balls, the kids coming to this pair. Again, the planes of attack. I've seen a couple kids, like that young man, actually just in a pair next to him, actually using a little bit stronger ball, but backing his hand out of it, making it tumble a little bit more. And again, there's no right or wrong way to play. You know, we can judge or say all we want, but I can't tell you, hey, this is how you need to play them. This is what you need to do. You know, how do you throw it? What do you do? And what can you repeat is really the key.
Very, very important. Chris, I know you guys had an exciting moment here just a few weeks ago at Bowl Expo. Obviously, a lot of cool stuff coming out, and the 30th anniversary ball as well. And
yeah.
Could you take a few minutes to just tell us a little bit about that?
Well, that was something that's been in the works for a while, and I know there's been some frustration expressed to us with the 30th anniversary, but it was one of those deals that for those that haven't seen or heard the story of Bill and Barb, you know, like we talked about, you know, great ambassadors for our sport, and, you know, it comes all the way back to you clean, you score, how they got really in the bowling business. So making bowling ball cleaner, and basically the start of High Score Products making bowling balls. They actually started making bowling balls in their garage of their house.
Oh, wow.
And it's amazing to see that we've now morphed into, like I said, I've been with the company for 14 years, so almost half of the 30, which still baffles me to a degree. But to see where we've come, even just in the 14 years I've been there, and become basically the leader in the industry as far as technology and bowling balls and stuff like that. And Bill and Barb being Bill and Barb, they want to do something special, and so the idea came about having this anniversary ball. And there's only going to be 30 of them in existence. There will be 30 of them made. Bill and Barb, of course, get number one, but the other ones are going to be given to those that Bill and Barb select that have really helped them, kind of grow their business and have been there with them along the way. Because Bill tells it's fun listening to Bill tell stories of how he got to start in bowling and pouring the balls in the garage. And, hey, I got these balls, and distributors wouldn't carry our stuff, and so I had to go make pro shop visits and walk in with these bowling balls, and pro shops like, who are you? What do you do? And the funny part of it now is, they're so recognizable in the industry, and if they walked in and say, hey, I got the Storm ball, people now, pro shops now are like, well, can I get like 10 cases of them? They could before when Bill tells the story. He goes, I remember walking in my first pro shop. He goes, I was nervous as hell. He goes, hey, do you want this? And the guy goes, why do I want that? And he goes, I knew right there I was going to have my work cut out for me. And, the rest is kind of history. And so anyway, with the 30th anniversary balls, it's got different, the different logos of Storm throughout the years, from the Flying S to the Oval Bowl to what we use now. And like I said, actually, with the company starting as High Score Products, so Storm actually wasn't even the name of the company to start. It was High Score Products, and they came out with a ball called the Storm that became so identifiable. Bill and Barb got the idea of like, you know what, we need to change the name of the company with that. And so we're going to have, there is one of them that we're going to give away on social media. Like once we reach the 100,000 plateau on the Storm page, which I don't know if we're getting close, or those guys are on the, like I said, I'm in the marketing side of it, but they've got other plans, and I don't always get involved in being the Roto Grip guy. But they're going to be one that's going to go a special winner. So that'd be kind of cool.
Certainly so.
And it's not a ball to be used. It's just a display ball. It's just a plastic ball. It's going to come in a special box with commemorative, licensed, actually a certificate of authenticity, and it's basically going to be a very limited edition bowling collector's item. So it's kind of cool.
Very cool.
Yeah, and then actually, speaking of Bowl Expo, on the Roto Grip side, we had some fun times with some of these kids. Got to experience the other night, Friday night when we had the mega matchmaker. The new Roto Grip balls. Roto Grip launches balls every twice a year, and we started it last year at Bowl Expo when we surprised the world with our launch of our new balls. So we did it again this year, and so nobody really knew what was going on until we announced them actually live this year on an app called Periscope, which is like a social media platform with video and stuff. And yeah, so we've got the 5 new balls coming, HP4, HP3, HP2, and then the 2 HP1 balls. Come out August 11th, so that's an exciting time too. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, so we've got of those balls, I've been getting beat up a little bit. They're like, why does Roto Grip have their 3 hind balls all sanded dull balls? And I go, okay, when I design bowling balls, it's not just for the sake of designing bowling balls. There's a rhyme and reason. There's a method to my madness, and filling the gap not only on the Roto Grip brand, but also to the Storm side. Because that's one of the things that has really helped our brands grow over the years between Storm and Roto Grip. Even though the 2 brands are housed under one roof, the balls don't overlap. We have different cores and different materials, and they actually stair step and they mesh really well. And so, coming out with like the new Menace, which is a HP4 ball, which is a asymmetric core with a solid reactive cover, kind of is reminiscent of the old Virtual Gravity, which is the #1 selling Storm ball of all time. And a lot of people are like, oh, really? And then they throw it and they go, oh my gosh, yeah, it's clear through the front. It comes off the back end. They go, yeah. I said, do we have a storm ball like that? And they go, well, no. I'm like, okay. You know, and then we get to the HB3 ball, which is a brought back with a disturbed core, but wrapped it with a hypersol cover. And people are really excited about that one. And
I can imagine.
Actually, one of our staffers last night, Gary Richardson, a kid from California, actually, first 3 games he shot 800, like 820 with it in the league.
Wow.
He goes, by the way, this ball's good. I go, okay. Hopefully we can sell a bunch of them. He goes, oh, don't worry about that. He goes, I already have, I think he's got a couple cases of people watching him bowl last night. He want to pre-order them, so it's that's off to a good start as well. And you know, again, it's one of those things that, you know, we just discontinued the Marvel S on the Storm side, so we didn't have that strong cover with a symmetrical core, and that's where, you know, like I said, the disturbed core with the hypersol cover comes in. And then HB2, the Devour, modified off the Wrecker, so it kind of fills the gap with a solid cover between the Wrecker being a hybrid shiny and then the Outcry and Uproar. We took that Wrecker core, changed the slug in the bottom, changed the differential, so it fills that gap right in between. And the people that have found it so far, and actually we've had a couple staffers like Stu Williams and Timmy Mack actually went to San Marino to bowl a tournament over there in Italy, and both those guys took all 3 balls, and they're like, these balls definitely will fit in my arsenal, which is pretty cool, you know, because they're usually, you know, we have so many balls between both brands, and players pick and choose, and they go, no, these 3 balls are distinctly different, and they fill gaps that I've been missing in my bag. So, you know, again, you know, filling the gaps between the Roto Grip and Storm brand has really been the key. And and then the HB1, we've got the Loco. We've had the Screaming Shout there for a few years, but we put a new core in those balls, and obviously new name. There's a solid and a pearl. They're both come factory shine, and a little bit more differential, so they're a little bit more dynamic, like especially like on these drier or flatter conditions. Screaming Shouts were pretty good, but sometimes not enough. It just wasn't quite enough differential down the lane, so we bumped the differential from 22 to 25, so it just comes off the spot a little bit stronger, a few boards stronger overall, and so far those have been well received too. So yeah, so it's going to be exciting times for Roto Grip coming up in the next few weeks with the launch of those. And, you know, here just in the last few weeks, just before Bowl Expo, our official launch of the Storm Skyrocket and the Optima Solid. Those, I've seen quite a bit of those go down the lane this week because kids can actually get those. So it's been pretty cool too.
All right, Chris Schlemmer giving us some excellent insight there to some of the new pieces coming from Roto Grip, one of our sponsors here at the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. We are in game number 2 of the under 20 advancers round. Now, Chris, while we have you on here, before the tournament started, we actually collected sheets from all competitors.
Yeah.
So we can give a little bit of rundown, a little bit of history of each player. We like to do a player bio.
Awesome.
So if you would like to join us for that.
Sure, that'd be great.
All right, since the girls pair is a little bit further ahead, we'll start with them.
Sounds good. Can't thank you enough for all those out there in internet land that are tuning in, logging on, watching, whether you're just a fan of bowling or you know some of the kids that are bowling on the live stream pairs or just being a part of bowling. We just, on behalf of Storm, I just have to say that we thank you for your support of just, you know, being one who supports bowling and watching bowling on your computer. That's awesome. All
right, we just saw Jessica Naneman make it 4 strikes in a row after sparing the first. She comes out of Waterford, Wisconsin. 207 average, high game of 290.
Nice.
High series 757. Favorite bowler, Rhino Page.
Oh, Rhino Pagey. Actually, Rhino's in the building down here, so.
That's true. We've seen him. Around today.
Yeah, Rhino actually, he's got a pretty cool deal. Like I said, he's one of our players that he actually coaches. He actually has a couple teams of kids that come, like 10 kids that he helps coach that all qualified for this event. So Rhino's turned into, you know, not only being a good bowler, but he's also turned into a pretty good coach as well. So it's kind of cool with that.
That's awesome. All right.
So do we call it 4 strikes in a row, or can we return back to ham bone. What do we got going on there? You guys dismissed the ham bone.
I feel we could, but Ropstone had the opportunity during the U.S. Women's National Soccer match, and they scored 4 goals, and I'm afraid he didn't pull the trigger. So,
you know what? I should text him to give him a hard time about that. It's pretty fun running the Rob a few times since then, and everyone occasionally texts with him, and still thanking for the ham bone type deal. And I don't know. Maybe it's you and Lucas that come up with the next term for a 4-bagger, 5-bagger. 6-pack's kind of always been there, but
we'll put Lucas up to the task. I'm sure he's ready for it. All right, getting ready to step up on lane 17, Julianne Kowalski out of Shorewood, Illinois. 205 average, high game 300.
Wow.
743 high series, keeping it in the Storm family. Favorite bowler Pete Weber.
PDW.
It's been Mr. Belmonte has been by far the crowd favorite so far, or at least the player favorite.
And it's got to be because, I don't know, maybe because he's got cool hairstyles, he wears cool shoes. I don't know. Why do people like him? No, I'm just kidding. Actually, I congratulated him last night after the ESPYs. I posted a deal on Facebook. And, Belmo winning a second ESPY. It's kind of cool. The kids had an unbelievable run the last few years, and his talent, and he's actually changed the game. And it's hard to fathom. Those of us who've been around for a long time, because back in the day, and talking to the old guys that bowl on tour, really the ones that changed the game back in the day were like your Mark Roth and Marshall Holman. And actually to this day, if Pete were here, he'd tell you right now that the reason he learned how to hook the ball is because of Mark Roth.
Mm-hmm.
And because if you look at, wow, that was like a conversion.
Great cover there from Maria.
7, 9, 10. That was very nice. And the reason Pete, Dick Weber was a great ambassador for the sport and a great bowler in his own right. But coming from that bowling family, Pete was like, man, all these guys throw it straight. I want to learn how to hook it. And that was because of Mark Roth. And flash forward here to, the middle of, basically here in the last couple of years with Belmo kind of coming into his own. There's a lot of people that want to be like Belmo. He's changed the sport. And it's not only just here, it's in other parts, it's other countries, young, old. I can remember when Belmo kind of first hit it big, we go to Japan every year for seminars and clinics. But we had 70-year-old men and women wanting to throw it two-handed. We're like, what are you doing? Oh, Belmo, look at a whole lot. I'm like, oh my gosh. But it's been pretty cool to watch that kid grow. And I can flash back to when I first met him. He was he started coming over. He was in his late teens, coming over bowl of high rollers and stuff. And Storm sponsored him then. Oh yeah, this two-handed kid from Australia. And I watched him bowl, and I'm like, oh, this kid's pretty good. And then when he came out on tour, it was one of those deals, hey, Schleb, Belmo's going to come out on tour. We already had Pete Weber and all the different guys on staff. Belmo didn't have instant success on tour. He struggled a little bit. And he's like, mate, what do I need to do? I said, you need to learn your ball roll. He goes, how do I do that? And so the culmination of myself and the different guys that worked with him over the years, and once he learned the tricks and he understood ball motions and stuff like that, like I said, he's really come to his own, and it's, like I said, it's revolutionized our sport, that's for sure.
All right. Kelsey Latta stepping up on lane 17 right now out of Mayfield, Kentucky. Average at 208, high game 285, high series 783. Favorite bowler Norm Duke.
Storm family staying strong. Seemingly fan favorites.
Certainly so. Next up will be Kira Hammond on lane 17. Kira from Jarrell, Texas. 189 average. High game 268, high series is 681. Now, this is nice. Her favorite bowlers are her siblings, Jael and Robert.
Well, that's kind of cool.
So we've had some of the kids, have their parents or brothers, sisters, local folks as well. So not always just the PBA stars. So
my question is, Has any of them actually said that Lucas Wiseman is their favorite?
You know what? Both Lucas and I looked through it to see if our names were there, and it wasn't.
Oh.
I couldn't believe it.
That's
But
not cool.
well, we'll need a favorite Bowl TV commentator for next year on the thing, so maybe.
Yeah, there you go.
So we'll have a chance then.
Perfect.
Or Lucas will still get all of them, but at least.
Yeah, but kind of like the Kansas City Royals or the All-Star vote, I'm sure if we do a poll and we can kind of rig the system a little bit, we can make them channel in the ear, but
That's true.
I tell you what, these girls, and prime example, if you look at the scoreboards between the girls' pairs and the boys' pair, and again, not picking on the kids by any stretch of the word, but a lot of times the girls are actually better spare shooters because, again, a lot of times they're not throwing as many strikes as the boys. They don't have the rev rate, and they can't create that angle of entry. But the reason these girls get better faster is because they fill frames. And you can just look at the scoreboard right here and just look through 4 or 5 frames here. There's less opens on the girls' pair than the boys' pair. So
That's true.
it's just kind of, like I said, not picking on anybody. It's just kind of how it works, and
All right, looks like we'll need a score correction here for Maria Williams. She had the nice conversion of the 4.7910 last time. She'll have to do a little work here as well. Maria coming from Bloomington, New York, 202 average, high game 267, high series 729. Favorite bowler, Jason Belmonte. I told you he was popular.
That's good. The score correction over there. Watching the boys over here on 15-16. Yeah, and the frustration is real. Right there. You leave a 2-pin, and a man actually misses it left, and he's upset. Now he's going to go back and talk to his parents. I can't believe I missed it. And really, when you start looking at the scoreboard, those are free pins you're giving away. When it comes to comes back and it gets to the cut line and it ends up that he misses the cut by 15 pins or 25 pins even. You can actually trace it back to one spare.
Oh, absolutely.
And sometimes I think that's part of the game too, that especially the younger generation, because they're we're in a tech savvy world too as far as evolution of society, but keeping score and how things add up and what they account for, I think sometimes the kids forget that. Depending on where the spare is placed or where it falls in, those pins add up quick. And the one thing that frustrates me beyond all get out is when people finish a tournament and they miss by such a small amount. They're like, oh, it was that one spare I missed in the last game of like the 8th frame. No, I'm pretty sure if you went back through your whole week, there's more than one instance that you could have made up those extra 10 or 15, 20 pins.
Certainly so. But yeah, it's always, I suppose the most recent is always the...
it's always one that's freshest in the brain. And,
freshest, yep.
Then very seldom will somebody flash back and go, man, it was the first frame of the first game and I missed that spare. Yep, that's pretty sure that wasn't just the case either. So that's a pretty good shot there on lane 16. Elijah Raymond there. And again, it's one of those things that it's easy to get caught up in the frustration of you throw a good shot, you flat 10 or you ring 10, and you really just have to take it in stride and go, yeah, I threw the best shot I could, just pick my spare and get up there and make sure, try the next time to get the 10 out.
All right, we have Holly Ann Johnson taking care of the spare on 18. Holly Ann coming from Wichita, Kansas, 236 average. Wow. High game 299, high series 777. Favorite bowler Sean Rash. I believe she was one of the 4 girls who was plus coming into this round today. So.
Well, averaging 236. I'm gonna have to ask her if she can give me a lesson.
So we still got 1 or 2 more girls to run down the bio here.
All right.
I think we've got most of them so far. And we'll head over to the guys pair. Both of these pairs, or the girls have, they have 9 as well. So most of the pairs have 10, some have 9. So this game's probably going to go a little bit quicker than the first one did.
Yeah,
that's all right.
Even with the score correction there, it's gotten all right. The pace isn't so bad when you have 8 or 9 on a pair.
All right, getting ready to step up on lane 17 is going to be Reba Hall. There's Reba, working on 3 strikes in a row. She's from Northlake, Illinois. She did not write down any of her bowling stats, but her favorite bowler, Kelly Kulik.
Another Storm staffer.
Great ambassador for the sport as well.
So you're saying with no high score or average or anything, this isn't like her first time bowling ever? Based on that shot right there, I think she's bowled a time or 2.
I think so.
Pretty good shot. Unfortunate break, just missing up inch left to go through the fades.
Yeah, we were lucky enough to have this edition this year, and someone was nice enough to fill out this great, humongous Excel file for us to go through.
That's awesome.
All right, Marisol Dodson will be up on lane 18 in just a second out of Jacksonville, Florida. 195 average, high game 300, high series 801.
Wow, that's awesome.
And keeping it in the Storm family favorite bowler. Oh, tough 9-pin there.
Great shot for
Mike Fagan.
Nice. And I can see there with her jersey, she has a Kegel logo, which means that I'm guessing she's made a few visits to the Kegel Training Center. I work with Del Warren and his also around there, probably Randy Soten and some of the others. So again, for the betterment of bowling and trying to make bowlers of all ages and skill level better.
And that was one of the things Del talked about too, and exciting for him just to be able to, and obviously he has a program at Weber, but a lot of these kids would come through the Kegel Training Center, and he got to start coaching them from a young age, and then they get to the point where it comes college time. Some of them end up going to Weber, some of them go off to other schools, but still getting the chance to see them at tournaments and see as their games evolved and gotten older is it's been a pretty cool experience for him, as I could only imagine. All right, I think we have one more lady to cover here, and then we'll get to the guys' pair.
As I'm watching, actually the boys' pair to the left of our showcase pair here, we've got Jack Palmer, and he was on the front 5, and looks like he had a little footing problem there.
All right, stepping up on 18, Corey Smith out of Garner, North Carolina. Average of 200, high game 269, high series 713. Favorite bowler, Linda Barnes.
And also known as the Better Barnes, I believe.
I think so, absolutely. I also believe, I'm not 100% sure on this, but coming from North Carolina, Corey might have been part of the ex-bowling intercollegiate team champion of North Carolina A&T. I believe that name rings a bell, so.
As she's got Mo Pinnell sitting back here giving her a hard time, so. Mo, another historian, another piece of bowling history. A guy that's helped coach a lot of bowlers and design some great bowling balls over the years. Been around a long time.
Absolutely.
So it's great, you think about it, like you said, you have Del Warren here, you got Mo Pinnell here, Hank Boomershine with Hank's a gold certified coach. A lot of industry, I guess you'd say industry icons here being a part of Junior Gold, which is kind of cool too.
Could not agree more. All right, Sam Brandt is going to be up on 15 on our boys feature pair. Sam coming from Fremont, Michigan. Unfortunately, that's all we have on him. Didn't fill out any of the other information, so Sam is trying to make Michigan proud here. Brian Van Sickle will be up next on 16, coming from Tucson, Arizona. Average of 227, high game 300, high series 800 on the nose.
Nice.
Nicholas Corbin will follow on 15 from Avon, Indiana. Average of 228, high game 300, high series 802. And favorite bowler, Jason Belmonte.
And he's taken a different route as we watch some of the other boys here on the pair. Been a little bit more direct and more up the lane. And he's actually about an arrow and a half left of him, circling the lane a little bit more, and that right there was a pretty good shot. So
it's a great shot. Yep.
Maybe he's finding, getting nestled into a spot after a little rough stretch there.
Andrew Letcher up on 16 out of Canfield, Ohio. 232 average, high game 300, high series 814. There's been so many 800s this week.
Yeah,
running these things down.
I'm gonna have to go start practicing, I think. These kids are getting pretty good.
All right, George Rodriguez up on 15, coming all the way from Puerto Rico. Has an average of 224, high game 300, high series 812. There we are again. Favorite bowler, Chris Barnes.
Nice. As we like to refer to him as the other Barnes.
The other Barnes, yes.
Linda's the better one, and Chris is the other one. God love them both.
First family of bowling.
Yeah, they've, between the two of them, they've got quite the resume, that's for sure.
Could not agree more. Anthony Porcello up on 15, coming from Petal, Mississippi. Has an average of 204, high game 276, high series 688. Favorite bowler, Jason Belmonte.
And, in this deal, and I don't know if it's frustration or what set in here with Anthony, but, the one thing, he's actually throwing, if you guys saw, he's throwing a basketball, which is a spare ball that he made actually a long time ago. But he's controlling the pocket, and he's only got one open through 6 frames. And he's got 84 and a fifth, but he's by far not the lowest guy on the pair. It's kind of taking a chance, it's kind of going up the lane, and it could be, like I said, I don't know if it's frustration or, struggling with ball reaction, but the fact that he's just keeping the ball in play, he's actually on his lane, he's second or third highest there. So. So, got a Fender here on the question aspect is shooting me another ball on my level in sight. And I'm guessing maybe referring to the Roto Grip side as far as urethane reactive or type deal. Fender, as you're watching there at home, if you want to get a little bit more, give me a little bit more something, I can give you an answer, no problem, but not quite sure where that question's leading, but we'll be glad to answer any questions that you guys have as we're hanging out here. Again, taking in junior gold, and the talent level is unbelievable, the boys and girls. You see some of these kids that you can tell the mental grind is setting in on some of them as they see the end is coming to a near, and they frustration, and I think you always have the hopes of, hey, if I can catch a hot round here with these second aims and sneak into the other cut, but 3 days and everything, the grueling task through here is it's been tough on some of these kids.
Certainly imagine so. Definitely a grind to make it this far and to continue on. It's and for these under 20 kids, they were bowling late last night, back here early in the morning.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Now that we, talk about reactive resin and back in the day, urethane, even back to rubber. I see where you're going with that, and I will tell you from the standpoint of at Storm, we do test a variety of materials all the time. Unfortunately, where we've gotten to is with the rules and regulations, USBC is set aside, and also it's getting into, you have your hardness and you have your RA values and coefficient of friction and all that fun stuff. But the one thing we run into, quite honestly, is the cost to make some of these materials. We get into certain polymers and different stuff, and I will tell you guys, from the aspect of polyester balls. Polyester balls are actually, to get to the point to make a polyester ball, once you can make them, you know, from a production standpoint, you know, like some of the manufacturers that have the facilities to do so. At Storm, we don't have that line, and with the change in like OSHA standards and different stuff, the cost, we'd have to sell, it's an astronomical amount of plastic balls we'd have to sell every year for like the next 20 years to justify us making those. With that being said, also comes through with some of these materials, some of these additives. Even if we did the light blends of some stuff, whether it be a rubber, different things, the cost to get those goods to mix in most cases, it's too expensive. And I mean, we could do it, but we also like to keep the threshold of a bowling ball. I don't know how many people are going to spend $500 to $1,000 for a bowling ball. You know, it's one of those things that, you know, from a monetary standpoint, we just have to look at what's best for the industry and, you know, kind of keep right there. You know, we have played, you know, obviously we have the nanotechnology in our brands with Storm, with, you know, between the nano and like the ERG covers and like the microwave we get on the Roto Grip side, which is also the nanotechnology. But different additives like that, they are justifiable, they are whatever. But like I said, I will tell you that we are doing that stuff, and we're testing all the time. It's pretty cool, some of the stuff we actually come up with. You know, it's if rules and advancements would allow it, we've made some bowling balls that nobody can keep on the lane. That's the fun part. You know, people are like, oh, can you make a ball that hooks that much? Well, we could, but unfortunately, you wouldn't be able to use it in USBC competition, and, you know, let alone try and control it because it hooked too much. So, but yeah, well, like I said, keep on the lookout. We're always finding new ways to change the game and, you know, again, fit the parameters and do what is allowed by USBC standards. So, and Jessica here is putting up a nice. She's looking at 260.
Still has 260 out there.
Jabbering away, she was quietly going about her spare. She had an 8-bagger.
Double ham bone.
Yeah, double ham bone.
There we go.
Or we call that like a bread basket or something. I don't know.
But yeah, got a nice round of applause from some of the parents back here and our fellow competitors after 8 in a row. Still get to 266.
And,
tough way to end it, but still a great game there. 254.
254. Can't be mad about that. I mean, obviously that helps in the standings, helps the score sheet. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
And those are those games that you know, if you got away with some shots, and were benefit to carry, and, you know, you take it in stride and like, okay, I'm taking this score, running the next pair, and, you know, and it could be that she has to grind out for a 190 the next pair. But there's going to be some pairs that'll just give you, you know, your ball will match up on it, and, you know, you catch those, what we like to call bonus games. So,
all right.
Frustration is definitely setting in over here. You know, like I said, we've got some of the kids that you know, filling frames and really hard to maintain that focus, shot to shot. And there's really, and quite honestly, folks at home, there's really no way to, you can't really teach that either. It's one of those things that it takes time, it takes being in that moment on more than one occasion to fully comprehend what works for you. Example, I can share with you guys. You guys, most of you at home have seen the ups and downs on telecasts with a guy comparing Pete Weber to Norm Duke. Pete is a guy that can, for the most part, he can maintain a high level of adrenaline and gets pumped up between shots. And if you watch a Norm Duke, it's one of those things that he's at his best when he's at his calmest. And there's times where he'll get pumped, he'll throw a fist bump. A lot of times he'll come back and he's putting both hands down, like, calm down, he's breathing. And there's been times where I've had to remind him, you know, over the years where I had to remind him, like, Norm, I need to gear back down. I said, I need you to get back in the moment and focus. because when he gets pumped up, he completely gets out of his element. Then there's other times where I've had to go the other way, where there's been times on TV where Pete's too calm, and he was actually had a slump there for a while. You know, he made some telecasts, but he was averaging like 180 on TV, and I go, hey, by the way, you're Pete Weber. You know, you can have fun. You do still do this. And as soon as he snapped out of that, he's like, hey, thanks, I needed that. You know, sometimes even those guys get kind of set, and they kind of fall into things, and they don't even realize they're doing it. So you just have to figure out, and that's part of the deal. Not only the kids here, what they get pumped up about or what they can maintain, but also their parents are kind of appreciating how kids work. And a lot of people like to refer to it as how they're wired. You know, how do you excel mentally? Is it one of those things that you can maintain a focus based on adrenaline, or do you have to stay more calm? What fits your game, and what makes you excel? That's what you have to really focus on. And some kids get there faster, and other kids, I'll tell you what, it's not you're gonna ever figure it out when you're a kid. Sometimes it takes a long time, even into your 20s and 30s or 40s before you figure it out and go, huh, so it means if I would have done that 20 years ago, it would have been that much better? No, some cases maybe, so it's a process.
Certainly is, and definitely a tough stage to learn it on here at Junior Gold, especially, as I said, we've already made a cut here and we're getting ready to make a second one in just a few more games. So,
and exactly what I was talking about before, comparing scoreboards between the boys and girls right here. Looking at the girls pair, 190, 190, 2-0, looking at 2-teen, 160, 250, 170, 2-teen, also potential 2-0. Compare that to the boys' scoreboard right next door. Most of those guys are going to have a hard time even getting to 200. So it's just a comparison of how the girls keep in a play. They keep their angles in front of them, repeat shots, the best of their ability. And really, if you look, like I said, the point I wanted to make is the fill in frames. A lot more spare over there.
Definitely so. All right, we still have one or two more introductions here on our boys pair. Stepping up on lane 15, James Mitchell out of Grand Haven, Michigan.
All right.
Average of 217, high game 289, high series 763. Parker Bone III, his favorite bowler.
Parker was actually at the ESPYs last night. Him and his wife Leslie, along with Mike Fagan and his wife Emily, were also at the ESPYs up for Bowler of the Year. Jason Belmami won that award. Belmo didn't make it over for the ESPYs this year. It's one of those things that, unfortunately, the cost of getting a plane ticket, sometimes you have to justify, people forget that he still lives in Australia, and sometimes, it's always been one of those things, especially when we try and book Jason for different events and stuff. And the cost to get to the United States for him sometimes, depending on like vacation season and stuff like that, you can expect that plane tickets can be expensive, but sometimes they're just astronomical. We're like, we love you, bro, but have fun at home with your family.
Exactly. All right, we saw Elijah Raymond cover the washout there.
Awesome.
He's from Austin, Minnesota. 221 average, high game of 300, high series 752. Favorite bowler, Pete Weber.
Another PDW fan. It was actually funny the other day. Pete got a kick out of it. Actually all the kids know who Pete is. But there were actually a couple parents that had no clue who Pete Weber was. And Pete looked at me, he goes, did that person just say they don't know who I am? I go, who do you think you are?
Oh,
I am. He goes, oh,
see
okay.
what you did there.
We always spin around. But the funny thing was, even the registration day, sign autographs, and even the day at the park, a lot of kids would come up and go, I know you're saying, who do you think you are? He goes, that's right. And that's pretty funny, because he'd been told the story a few times of when that moment happened. I was actually there for that U.S. Open, and the fun thing about that, and the story that most people don't know, is that the ball that he used for the title match, that Frantic, I was there. We had a couple of us working, and once he got through his first couple matches, and I said, hey, where's the Frantic that you had in your bag? And he goes, oh, it's back in the locker room. So I had to run to the locker room, go get it. And the reason I had to do that is because he never threw that ball in competition the entire week of the U.S. Open.
Really?
It was just the one he had in his bag, but it happened to be a similar layout to the ball that he was using. And I knew that we needed to get that shape on the lane. And So anyway, that's the behind-the-scenes story about that ball. But with Pete and that saying is he got caught up in the moment, and you know, he actually, what did he say the other day? He goes, "Who do you think you are? This is my house. I own this place." He goes, "Yeah, I never got that far." He goes, "I was just so amped up about the moment." He goes, "It's kind of what came out," and he goes, "I'm cool with it. It's good." I go, "Well, yeah, we've kind of marketed it. It's kind of become one of your statements, so it's pretty cool."
Absolutely. All right, one more introduction here for the boys pairs. They finish up the 9th frame. David Hopper Jr. going to be stepping up on lane 15 out of Greenville, South Carolina. Average of 225, high game 300, high series 814, and favorite bowler? Not Tommy Jones, Jason Belmonte.
Really? I was going to say down in Greenville, so that's right. I was thinking in my head, that's right close to where Tommy Jones is from. So I figured maybe there might be a little influence there, but now he's going the two-handed thunder from down under.
That's right. See, in game one, it was a Tommy Jones fan game. Had a few TJs as the favorite, but yeah, here in game two, a lot of Belmo, a lot of PDW.
Yeah. See right there by David. He throws a good shot, leaves it 10-handed. You can see his emotion as he walked back up the approach, kind of the frustration of another single pin. But again, it's the mental grind is definitely something around some of these kids. It's one of those deals that. And it's not only the kids, I'm sure the parents too. There's a lot of emotional grinds going on from going from the practice sessions to the different bowling centers to everything involved with getting in and out, parking lots, and driving in Chicago traffic. It takes a toll on mom and dad too.
That's very true. And there's nothing quite like driving around on 294 at rush hour. So.
You mean the parking lot?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's kind of like that when you get to the bigger cities, whether it be Chicago or like in LA or whatever. You have to know your pockets and windows, and in some cases it's like 10 or 15 minutes. And if you miss that little window, like when you can get to like certain exits or certain roads, there's times where it can derail your schedule by a couple hours, and it's just population, it's number of people. Looking down here to some of the other girls' scoreboards. Again, these girls are shooting 170s, 180s. Just on a pair next door that we have on the live stream. And again, filling frames and doing what they can, and watching some of these young men here. Looks to be on this pair too. The kids that actually have a little bit more hand, the ones that have moved in. That's something that's coming into play too that I think a lot of these kids haven't quite comprehended or understand yet with the large number of urethane balls going on the lane. That turned into a hang spot down lane because urethane doesn't really sponge up the oil like reactive resin does. So all it kind of does is kind of pushes the oil down lane, and so you can definitely see at the break point that a lot of these kids are trying to get to that when they throw a good shot and they're flat-tended. It's not because of anything else but the urethane balls, because there's like three, this group of, we got 1, 2, 3, we got 9 guys on this pair. I think 3 of them throwing urethane. The pair before, when those kids came off, there's 3 or 4 of them throwing urethane. So that transitions the lane a little bit different. And again, like we were talking about before, and how you break them down, how good you will, like we like to refer to, ball up a pair or break a pair down. With everyone with their own agenda, it just makes it that much tougher. Especially skipping pairs and you don't know who you're following. And, it's like the deal. And obviously with the girls, the vast majority of the girls are actually playing the same zone, playing the same part of the lane. So they're going to make pairs look a lot better than what the boys do, though. So.
All right, Chris, we had a question in the chat for you.
Yeah.
Someone wanted to know what makes a pin-up layout different than a pin-down layout.
Well, it actually is the difference between where the best way to explain it is how the core is positioned in the ball. Whenever you get a pin-up layout, if you can figure, it doesn't matter what it is, whether you take a bottle of water or an ink pen or whatever, if you position it, if you pretend that the top of whatever that object is above your fingers, and position it with the bottom of it towards the center of what would be like the center of the ball, like the center of your grip, that puts the core in a certain position. And then when you actually flip it down, you now get, when you put the pin down, the ball tends to roll faster. When you get the pin up, a lot of times you get the ball, the core tends to tumble more. So the general rule of thumb is pin-up drillings are designed to tumble and get farther down the lane. Pin down are designed to roll earlier and smoother. But then you also have to factor in the type of ball it is. What kind of core? Is it a low RG core? Is it a high RG core? Higher the RG, meaning the RG core numbers, the higher that number is, the taller that core is. So a ball that has like an RG of like 257, let's say, like on our higher end balls, our higher RG balls, those cores tend to be a lot taller and skinnier, and those balls are designed to tumble and get farther down the lane. As opposed to a low RG ball, you know, take like your asymmetric and stuff like that. The reason they're lower RG is the cores are actually more center heavy and designed to roll faster. So you factor that in also with how you position the pin. You know, like I said, you take the pin up, even if it's a low RG ball, if you put the pin up, now you're flipping that core into a different zone where it may be designed to roll fast if it's a low RG ball, but if you put that pin up, it's now going to tumble a little bit cleaner through the front part of the lane and basically promote a little bit more length and skid. So hopefully that kind of explains things a little bit. I don't know.
All right, certainly a wealth of knowledge here coming from the brand manager of Roto Grip, Chris Schlemmer.
Oh, you didn't know today's my first day?
Today is your first day,
Yep,
yes.
I've never done this before. No, just kidding. That's what I tell people all the time. How do you know that? I'm like, well, in case you didn't know, I've been around for a long time. A lot of times, most people don't see me, or people do recognize me. You're the guy that's on TV. That was on TV all the time. I'm like, yeah, I was that guy back in the day. And still that guy. Obviously, like I said, more recently with me and Hank, we're actually at the Queens, and we're there sideline with, we had Shannon Plahowski and Liz Johnson on the show, and, you know, helping players win titles. It's always fun. It's, you know, it's been something, once I got in the industry of drilling balls, you know, when I was 16, from that point on, I knew I loved it. There's no more joy than actually drilling a ball for somebody or helping coach someone and seeing them get better. And that's what, you know, and I've been fortunate enough with working for Storm to travel the world and coach bowlers at all skill levels, you know, in Europe, in Asia, and even here in the United States. And it's awesome. It's a lot of fun.
All right, Chris, as Game 2 is wrapping up here, we've talked a lot about talked about the past a little bit. Let's look forward. What's next in the future for not only you coming up, but for these companies out of Utah?
Well, as we can always anticipate, there's always new bowling balls coming, as well as things, like I said, with evolution of materials and cores and covers. You know, we're always working on the latest and greatest thing, and that's what, you know, sets us apart. You know, our brands, Storm, Roto Grip, and even the Master brand. You know, we've owned Master now for a couple of years, and we needed the reason Bill bought Master is because we needed accessories, and you know, we've got the I think one of the most dynamic accessory pieces of the chamois that we've come up with, you know, actually just over a year ago. And we originally had the Storm version, the black leather, and then the Master version, which is the gray leather. We're now going to have a Roto Grip red chamois. So there's going to be a red chamois coming, and then we also have two new colors coming to the Storm side. And the reason I want to talk about that too is also given the fact that these kids are using a lot of urethane, is the chamois, actually with it being the leather material, because of, well, it actually shouldn't say leather material, it is leather. It actually takes the oil off the ball, and it keeps the surface more fresh and clean. That a lot of these kids, probably the ones, especially the ones on urethane, need that to help get more consistent reaction on the lane surface. Just because, again, with a variety of cover stocks and how these kids are playing them, man, you need to eliminate some of the variables as much as you can. If you can get a fresh feel on that cover stock, shot and shot again, then it makes it easier to make adjustments and see your ball do certain things. So that's pretty cool stuff. And you know, for the most part, like I said, with being here this week, with the 4 or 5 conversion there in the 10th to get to 189. You know, we've got a lot of different things on the horizon. Unfortunately, I can't divulge that information, because that's what keeps it exciting and fun. But
you sure? Right here on Bowl TV right now for everybody?
I know, I would love to, but I'd probably get in trouble. The bosses would be over here pulling on my shirt going, hey, you need to shut up. But I will tell you that we're working on new technologies, different stuff, and the other thing too, like I said, the big thing for us is being a part of Junior Gold and some other events. What can we do to help, what other aspects can we do to help the sport of bowling? And that's really what we're looking at, from, especially here at Junior Gold, and make this experience fun for everybody, which I think that our brand is doing pretty well this year. Now Lucas is giving me a thumb out. I'm getting kicked out already. Hank wants, see? What'd I say?
Oh,
as soon as
see?
you start talking about stuff, the boss comes in and goes, hey, by the way, you're out.
Exactly.
But no, things have been really good, and we're just going to do some different things. I'm prepping for this coming next year, and I know that and that's one of the things too with Junior Gold, with the qualifying all throughout the year. So I think we'll look to do some other things associated with this Junior Gold program to help. I know Hank did a great seminar series the other day. Did four seminars, 7 seminars each day, or each run on that the day before. Oh, it was registration day actually. I think we're actually talking about putting together some more info, kind of help some of these kids better prepare for this event, because like we've been talking all day, it's kind of it can be overwhelming once you get here, and you're used to bowling, and some of these kids come from bowling centers that are smaller. There might be a 12-lane center or a 24-lane center. I'll tell you what, if you've never walked into an 84-lane center in a row, even some of the parents are like, whoa.
Exactly.
It's kind of overwhelming before we even get to the bowling part of it.
That's true.
It's a lot of environment and different things too to variables to look into. So, but all right. So I guess I'm getting the boot because Hank Boomershine, our Vice President of Sales and Marketing, is going to step in, and or maybe Luke just wants to get back on here and want to get rid of me. I don't know.
Lucas does like to talk, so.
Oh, I know. He's good at it. He's really good at it. So, but. Oh, look at this. Yeah, I got you. But, hey, well, thank you guys for having me on, and I'll be stopping back through if you need me. We'll be around here all day, and, enjoying the bowling, and see, we're getting through 2 games now? 3 games?
Three games to go here, so.
3 games to go. So now it's really getting to the grind of who can squeeze out and fill some frames and make that run to the cup.
Absolutely. Well, Chris, we want to thank you so much for joining us here and giving us so much great insight and on everything bowling related here. It's been fun, and we definitely appreciate the time and the continued support of great events like the Junior Gold Championships.
Absolutely.
So, thank you, sir.
Thanks, guys. Keep doing what you're doing. You're doing awesome.
Appreciate it. All right, that was Roto Grip brand manager Chris Schlemmer joining us here for a few games at the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. We are in between games 2 and 3 right now as competitors will get to their pair. We're bowling 5 here in the advancers round of the under 20 boys and girls division, so everybody hang tight. As soon as the bowlers get to the pair, we'll start up game 3. So don't go too far. We'll be right back. All right, looks like game 3 of the under 20 advancers round is going to be getting underway, at least for our boys feature pair. Still waiting for a few of the girls to get over here to 17 and 18. So we'll run down who we have bowling here in just a few minutes, but we're actually going to be joined by another special guest here. We just finished up with Chris Schlemmer. Next up, joining us here live on Bowl TV, Hank Boomershine. Welcome to Bowl TV, Hank.
Thanks, guys. This is exciting. I always love doing getting to sit, chat with the live stream. You guys do a lot of hard work day in and day out, and it's long hours. And sometimes you say to yourself, man, we got to fill some airtime. So it's nice to get a chance to jump in here and chat with you guys. So thanks for having me.
Oh, we appreciate it, and we appreciate the continued support of great events like the Junior Gold Championships this year, presented by Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. And in talking with Chris earlier, he told us about a lot of the fun stuff that's already gone on this week with your guys as your first year as the title sponsor here. And just what's been your impression so far of Junior Gold, and just kind of how it's gone so far?
You know, I've been to several Junior Golds in the past, and most all the time, usually just during registration, and there was the other companies usually sponsored the event. And it was so nice to have the matchmaker on Friday night. We had 500 plus kids get a chance to try the newest, latest, greatest Storm and Roto Grip balls. And then Saturday I did the 4 seminars downstairs. Never got upstairs to registration because I could seem to never get out of that room that I was doing the seminar in. And I heard at one point they were lined up outside the hotel to get in for registration. And somebody thought that they were evacuating the building. There were so many people. I was like, it was incredible. And the pros, 6 hours of autographs. It was just amazing. And then Sunday, did he tell you about the day in the park?
He touched on it, yep.
Day in the park. Where else would you have Pete Weber pitch you wiffle ball? I mean, at 2 points during the day, I think Pete, in the blazing heat and humidity, I think he pitched for 45 minutes straight one time, and they were lined up. It felt like registration all over again. They were all lined up to get, hey, Pete, throw me a ball. Hey, Pete, I remember watching you bowl. Hey, Pete, I remember when you threw your glasses down. It was, and then he's out in the field shagging fly balls, and it was fun to just have that opportunity experience and kind of do it in an atmosphere that isn't always in the bowling center, and you're always under so much pressure. And it's a great event, and just to get to see this. I mean, coming up, I was a junior bowler out of the Midwest. I grew up in Ohio, and we bowled JTBAs and MJMAs and some great people. Dan Ottman was an awesome. He did a lot for the sport of bowling when many didn't do a lot for the sport for junior bowling and things like that. And Dan and I think it was Kyle Wilson. But anyway, out of Ohio, ran some great tournaments, but never had a platform like this to kind of aspire to. I mean, we had some junior tournaments here and there. I think we had a junior masters, but never like the junior gold, the youth masters, the youth open, the teen masters. There's so many opportunities. I was reading the sheet today. $275,000 in scholarships is going to be awarded out this week. That's
awesome.
Crazy. And you know what? You got a 6-year-old that could make 20% of his college education, maybe be bowled great this week. I mean, something like that. I don't know what the number is for the little guys, but that's phenomenal. Have a 6-year-old starting to gain scholarship money already.
Certainly so, and the under-12 division debuted last year in Buffalo and has continued on, and we've actually, last night in our under-15 advances round, we saw both of our champions in the under-12 division have aged up to the next division and had made the first cut at the under-15, so already keeping it going, keeping it strong here in 2015, so it's definitely a great future.
That is tough. I mean, you go from the one division where you're the oldest in the age division, you transcend into the next division, and you're youngest, and you're still moving on. That's great. That shows some definite talent. And the thing is, there's a lot of talent this week. I'm watching some of these little kids, and there was some down there in the U12 that were two-handers, and you had one kid that was a backup bowler two-hander, and I was just awestruck on some of the talent that these kids have already.
Thanks.
And if anyone is interested and wants to check out the under-12 division, that's, I believe, still going live right now. Craig Elliott from Michigan Bowler also here streaming down on the other side of the house here at Stardust Bowl in Addison, Illinois. So definitely check that out as well. Check that out on the archives of Bowl TV later on too. Now getting back to Pete pitching the wiffle ball. How's the arm? Huh?
Pete's got a great arm. Pete's a natural athlete. He's a great golfer. I think he's a 1 or 2 handicap in golf. And I'll tell you a funny story. Is we were in Japan probably, it had to be a decade ago, and it was myself, Pete, Tommy DeLutz, Robert Smith, and we got to this bowling center. We got there a little bit early, and in Japan, the bowling centers, it's truly like a big recreation center. They had batting cages inside the bowling center. We were on like the 4th floor of this building. So they let us get in the batting cages, and we were hitting balls. And so we got in the cage. There was a 45-mile-an-hour pitch, and there was a 65, and there was a 90-plus mile-an-hour cage. Now, we all know Robert Smith, big power player from the late 90s into the early 2000s. And Robert's still bowling a little bit on tour now as well. But Robert, the power player, and Pete, just the smooth, 400 RPMs, just a great bowler, just effortless, right? So everybody gets in this cage, 90-plus mile-an-hour fastballs. Tommy DeLutz, he fouls one off, hits one here and there. Robert Smith can't seem to make contact with one. I get in, I foul a few off, I hit a few. He gets in, I think he missed one ball.
Oh, wow.
Just, it's the same sweet, long stroke of a swing. He just kept boom, boom. And I was like, Pete. He's like, I don't know, I just hit it. It's not out trying to think about how I'm doing it, I just hit it. And it was fun to watch. And Pete, like I said, a great athlete. And he pitched in jeans. He didn't have any shorts. It was 80 degrees outside and it seemed like 90% humidity. Pete's out there in jeans, and he had loafers on, so next thing you know, he's in socks, running around the field. It was fun to watch. And Carolyn Doran-Ballard was out there. She pitched for about 30 minutes as well too, but she did send me a text message the next day. Said she went into practice, and she said her pitching arm was a little sore the next day. So, but it was a great day in the park. I was out there as well too. It just seemed like it was just amazing to see that many kids in that environment, that we weren't all in a bowling center so worried about everything that was going on the scoreboard, and we were just having a good time. So it's nice to have that opportunity.
Certainly so. And Hank, there's a question in the chat already for you, so I'll just give you the opportunity to kind of introduce yourself as your title with Storm and kind of what your role is in the company.
I am the Vice President of Sales and Marketing. I have a big part in R&D as well too. So a lot of the stuff that you see that comes from Storm and Roto Grip, I have a big part of, whether it be the conceptual design of the weight block to final color, final logo, final changing to the cover stock, those types of things. So an integral part of that, as well as being a USBC level, USBC gold level coach. So I do a lot of coaching around the country and around the world as well too with Storm, and I'm fortunate to have coached a couple of the national teams. Not the U.S. national team. I coached the Korean national team in a couple of world championships and had that great opportunity. So yeah, I wear a few hats at Storm, but the biggest thing is I just enjoy working with the team. We have a great bunch of people at Storm Products, and from the first person that touches the ball to the last one that touches it as it goes out the door, I mean, it's a great family. It's just, we do these award ceremonies every month, and the last question they always ask who's ever receiving the awards, what do you love most about Storm? And it seems like 99% of the time it's the family atmosphere, and it is. It's like a big family. We call Bill Chrisman, the owner of Storm Products, he's like the godfather. We would do anything for the guy. Such great people. Him and Bill and Barbara are just great people.
And I had the chance to kind of experience that firsthand working the Open the past few years, and celebrating Bob Hart's run to 100,000 pins in Reno in 2014, and kind of getting to see the whole Storm family make it out there for that and help celebrate. It was a surprise for Bob. That was really an amazing moment, and just the whole week leading up into it was just something cool that you don't necessarily always see in the workplace. So that was very, very awesome.
You're right. It's an amazing. I keep saying amazing. It's my favorite word of the day, I think. But yeah, leading up to that, we wanted to really surprise Bob, and several of the salesmen made it to it. Myself, many people from the office, and we had the big cheering section, and we all had the shirts and everything, and we just caught Bob off guard, and he was it was so great to see that emotion, and him being an integral part of Storm's successes from the very first, the starting of Storm, with Bill Chrisman hiring Bob Hart to help him reach out to the pro shops and the distributors, and he basically covered half the country. And he's done a wonderful job, and he's still one of the greatest ambassadors to the sport of bowling. And he still has, he's still a great bowler, and it was fun to be part of that. It's just, yeah, just the big family, the big team.
All right, our girls feature pair underway as well here. So in a few minutes, we'll get the rundown of everyone. We did this with Chris last game as well. We actually have player bio sheets on everyone. So
oh, wow.
Just a quick recap of where they're from, high game, high series, favorite bowler. Jason Belmonte has been a popular choice so far. So
I would imagine that. I mean, he did win the ESPY last night. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to attend, but you had Parker and Mike walking down the red carpet. So that was nice to have that. Belmo being honored last night, and he is a high on everybody's list around the world. I remember first seeing traveling with him in Japan. Had to be 2005, I believe, and they would line up just to watch him because the Japanese had not seen many two-handers, and so they would line up to watch him bowl, and they would just crowd in. And from the first event to the last event, it seemed like the news was traveling around the country that you've got to see this guy bowl. And then in the last event we finished in Tokyo, there had to be 1,000 people in that bowling center watching him bowl. And he was laughing, having a good time. And Jason's another great ambassador of the sport as well too. So it was fun to see that. But fast forward, we were there in 2013. We did a two-handed clinic, Belmonte and Osku just won the big tournament in Japan for 80,000. There was 24 two-handed bowlers in this clinic, and now there's two-handed bowlers all over Japan. And we had 2 players in the clinic that were over 50 years old.
oh wow.
Yeah, two gentlemen that were over 50 years old that were two-handing, and it was fun to watch.
Well, you know, it's making an impact when I know, and I've seen it once or twice, Walter Ray even dabbling in the two-handed thing, and certainly you can see it in the next generation coming up here. There's been two-handers all over the place. It's certainly taken off.
Yeah, we had, if you guys remember hearing about Marshall Kent was in, I believe it was Saudi Arabia or UAE. He fell on the approach and hurt his thumb. And then he qualified bowling two-handed and went a little ways through the finals bowling the two-handed because he'd hurt his thumb. And then had to come home and but checked out he was okay, but amazing. Brian Himmler's done it as well too. I've seen Brian, all of a sudden he'll jump into a two-handed mode. I remember Robert Smith bowling, basically throwing a backup ball in Japan to make the cut at the Japan Cup one year. So these guys are talented. I mean, whether they're two-handed it, throwing it normal, throwing a backup ball, it's amazing to watch some of the things these guys can do.
Certainly so. And we'll go ahead, we'll get a rundown of a few of these players. What pair do you want to start with here? We want to go with the boys or the girls first? What do you think?
Let's jump in the girls. They're a few frames ahead. Let's see what's going on right
All
here.
right, so let's see. We'll do our best to go through our program and find them as they bowl here. So Morgan Sterry is going to be up on lane 17, coming from Green Bay, Wisconsin. 209 average, high game 289, high series 750. Favorite bowler? Someone from the Chicagoland area, Deandra S. Beatty.
Yeah, she's from Green Bay. We were just up in Green Bay for the Queens. Liz Johnson won that Queens event. I think the seniors are going there next. The Ashwaubenon Bowling Center there, they've done a great job in hosting these 3 events with the USBC, and it's nice to see that's another a large bowling center that was there to accommodate such a large field. And I remember watching Morgan bowl. I think she bowled in the Queens, as it may be. I'm trying to remember. I've seen her bowl before. I know she throws it really well.
All right, you never know.
But I think they probably couldn't make any prize fund. I think they would have to defer that money because
To
most of it-
scholarship, yep.
To scholarship.
Then we have Amanda Van Dungen getting ready to step up on lane 18. Another bowler out of Wisconsin, out of Kenosha, 210 average. High game of 300, high series at 763. Favorite bowler, Kelly Kulik.
Yeah. Lots of these great bowlers coming out of Wisconsin. I mean, you know, that Midwest is still a great bowling area, and we do a lot of things up with a couple of different people up there. And Steve Richter out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. We've done a lot of clinics there with Steve, and Steve's done a lot of things for youth bowling around the area, as well as up in Appleton with a couple of the Barden bowling centers up there as well too. So yeah, this Wisconsin area is definitely strong with bowling in general.
Certainly so, and we just saw Heather Pentazer throw a strike there. She's from Tucson, Arizona. High game of, or average of 209, high game of 300, high series 791, almost at 800. Favorite bowler, Mika Koivunemi.
Really? The Finn. Yeah. I'll be heading to Finland in the fall here for an iCoach conference. But Mika, great player. It's Mika's now living in Michigan. He's been there for probably about 15 years, I think.
Good big Red Wings fan.
Oh, yeah.
All right, there's Dakota Hazelwood out of Capron, Illinois. 222 average, high game of 300, high series 779. Favorite
Wow.
bowler, Deandra Aspady as well.
Another local favorite.
We have a Nebraska product getting ready to bowl on lane 18. Brianna Zabirik bowls for the Cornhuskers. She's originally out of Lockport, Illinois. Average of 200, high game 289, high series 750. Favorite bowler, Shannon O'Keefe.
Yeah, imagine that. That's those Nebraska bowlers, though, Bill Straub in that program does a great job. I think I saw Coach Klempa in here earlier. My wife, a product, University of Nebraska, Lindsay. She was Lindsay Baker back in those days. I think that her and Deandra and Shannon Plahowski and I think it was Adrian Miller won a title back about a decade ago, I think. I think this year's coming up on 10 years since they won their title because she got invited to, I think, a Nebraska football game where they were going to honor that title. So we might make a trip over to Lincoln this year for that.
Very cool, and yeah, certainly a who's who has come out of that program, especially since the NCAA got involved with women's bowling at the collegiate level, and they're fresh off a title this past year. Liz Culkin leading the way.
Yeah, Liz Culkin just missing. She had a great run at the Queens, bowled great out there. And, I think she bowled her first week last week in Sacramento and had a decent week as well too. Lindsay bowled, just missed making match play, but had a good week as well. So lots of good products coming out of Nebraska.
Certainly so.
Yeah, Alicia Current taking home the title. I think she was a shocker though. Wasn't she a shocker at Wichita State?
She actually went to Wichita for 2 years, and then I believe she was at Fairleigh Dickinson as well for
now
2.
She's coaching Delaware State.
Yep.
So
Bring it.
lot going on.
Absolutely. Here's Giselle Paz. She is she's bowling out of Vanderbilt University, another talented program. Originally out of Montgomery, Illinois. Average at 230. High game 300, high series 813. Favorite bowler, Kelly Kulik.
Yeah. So far, all girls and one Mika.
And
So
one
they're
Mika.
all- Yeah, one Mika.
But as we get a few more here, we'll be sure to look them up and give you the rundown. Then we'll head over to the guys pair as well. We are at the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. We are at Stardust Bowl in Addison, Illinois here for the under-20 Advancers round in game 3 of 5. Before we cut the field, the boys' field will go from 204 to just 64. The girls from 109 to 48 before another Advancers round later this evening. So it's definitely a time to start getting some pins and make that final run to try and move on to the next round.
Yeah, and there's a lot at stake here for these girls. Like you said, we talked about some big scholarship money, but a lot of it's just the success and trying to aspire to get to the top level in your sport you're in this U20 division. You got Cameron Doyle, and you got a couple of these kids that have had some great success already, and it's nice to try to, you have something to aspire to and be a champ here. There's a lot of pressure though, but the thing is, there's a lot of pressure within yourself. There's a lot of pressure in the back behind you. Mom and dad, coach watching, everybody. You feel like, I have to. They always seem like they're trying to help it or make everybody else happy. And sometimes these girls just have to say, I need just to make myself happy. And so they got to just live within their own self and have some fun here. But yeah, it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. And there's collegiate coaches watching, and some of these girls are trying to get into some of these schools that are NCAA supported and can get basically into college and have a pretty much college education being supported by the school. Lindsay, she went to Nebraska and she was a 4-year scholarship athlete, which affords the parents a little bit of breathing room, I guess, sometimes. I remember college was an expensive route for many of us.
All right, we have Hannah Munson getting ready to step up on lane 17. Hannah out of Cottage Grove, Minnesota. Average of 213, high game of 300. We've been saying that a lot.
Yeah.
So that's fantastic. High series 786. Favorite bowler, Deandra Asbady.
Another one.
Where is Deandra? She needs to hang out here for a little bit behind 17 and 18. All these girls look up to her.
Yeah, and Deandra and her IAB events, she does a lot of events around here. And I think she has the Elite Youth Tour or something like that. Is it the Elite Youth Tour?
I believe so.
And so a lot of these girls probably bowl into this Elite Youth Tour, and so there's a lot of support from Deandra for these girls. So I can imagine, plus she's had great success as a professional, as an amateur around the world. And so yeah, that's something definitely look up to.
And I think Deandra, as we mentioned, a Chicago native now. Originally out of Indiana, but has made the jump over the border here to Illinois, and I think she was actually giving tours of the city.
Yeah, she was. She was, I think it was Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I believe she was giving tours around Chicago.
So very cool opportunity.
And then I think she's on her way to Lubbock today, or she might have got to Lubbock last night. I know that Lindsay and Alicia Current, who won last week, are on their way. They're driving from Albuquerque this morning over to Lubbock. I just got off the phone with them. Lindsay drove from Utah yesterday, our home out there, down to Albuquerque to pick Alicia up, last week's champ, and they stayed in Albuquerque last night, so they drove to Lubbock today because they have practice session this afternoon.
There we go, definitely a busy schedule.
And then I'll fly out to Lubbock tonight, and myself and Del Ballard will be the reps this week for the PWBA.
Very cool. We'll be looking forward to watching that on Extra Frame on Bowl TV. Matt Cannizzaro bringing the action. Alicia Hartley up, looking to cover the spare on 18. Alicia out of Inner Grove Heights, Minnesota. High game 288. High series 739. Favorite bowler, Jason Belmonte.
Oh.
So Belmo has been definitely been a popular choice. And
yeah. We're seeing something, though, a common theme here, though, between, let's see, it's Wisconsin and Minnesota, and then we have the rare person out of Wisconsin, Minnesota, Illinois, and then Arizona out of nowhere. That's a long distance. I mean, we were talking about that earlier with when I was down on the other live stream, and some of the distances they travel to get here, and it's a lot of credit to the parents. I talked to a husband and wife the other day that between the two of them, they had slept 2 hours because they were about 30 hours in transit to get here because they drove from the Northwest.
oh wow.
I mean, that's a long drive to come from the Northwest all the way to Chicago, and it's a lot of mileage, it's a lot of real estate. And hats off to the parents out there for that's a lot. I mean, the hotel, the gas, and getting them all here, and sometimes we take it for granted how hard the parents work to actually to get the kids here as well too.
Yeah, the parent support fantastic as always here. The crowds are fantastic. It's a bit overwhelming from time to time trying to get around from one side of the house to the other, but the support is just unbelievable.
Absolutely. I was down the high end trying to get down to this low end, And it was, I felt like I should have probably just walked outside and came back around in to try to go through, and I got stopped along the way several times by people that I knew. But it is incredible to watch it, and it's something that you have 2 parents here, and you might have some brothers and sisters as well too. I mean, Wes Malot's here with Jordan made it, and then Cam's here, and his wife Meredith is here. So yeah, you get a lot of bodies in the building. You got 84 lane center, and it's a packed house right now, and then you got all the spectators, and then the people that weren't fortunate enough to qualify for this round, they're in here watching some of their friends bowl as well too. So it's a packed house. It's fun to watch. It's fun to be part of it.
Certainly so, and I do have to agree that sometimes it's easier just to walk outside than come back into the quadrant of the house that you want to be at. And my first walkthrough, I just kind of getting familiar with the center. I ended up all the way down on the low end, and I kind of looked back and I'm like, I'm not even going to bother. Just walk right out the door.
Exactly.
So I saw the same guy at the door a few times throughout the day, just walking through. And
yeah, they start to know you by the end. Hey, you cutting through again? Yep, I'm cutting through.
All right, Hank, I think we have one more young lady on our feature pair to run down the bio. I think she'll be up in a second on lane 18. Then we'll move over to the guys pair. They're about at the same pace. The guys have one more bowler, though. I know they started a little bit ahead, so they're going to bowl slower regardless with that extra body on the lanes. But
yeah, we've got a player over there on lane 15 who started with the first 5 strikes. Just trying to look to see who that was. And we have a Hartley we have a girl on 17 and a girl on 18 that both spare for the next 4 strikes.
And our last game on here, we actually had a young lady. She ran, started with a spare 8 in a row, went all the way to the 10th frame. She unfortunately opened the 10th, but still had nice 250 games. So definitely a game to move up the standings there, especially at this late stage of the game. But Samantha Wallace is going to be stepping up on lane 18 in just a second here out of Mount Joy, Pennsylvania. Carries a 200 average, high game of 277, high series is 740. Favorite bowler, Kelly Kulik.
Oh, Mount Joy, Pennsylvania. That's a good friend of mine. Henry Blau has the bowling center back there, Clearview Lanes. So hopefully that's where she bowls at. If not, I just did a shameless shout out to Henry Blau back in Mount Joy, Pennsylvania.
I'm sure Henry appreciates it.
Yeah, great guy, runs a great bowling center. Really supports his youth. You've got his son-in-law and his daughter do a great job in there, and they actually have a couple of great players as well coming up through the ranks as well too.
All right, we will take a look at the guys' feature pair in just a second here, but while we have a minute, Hank, obviously Bowl Expo just finished up not too long ago, and some exciting stuff coming out of the Storm and Roto Grip factories. And just if you want to take an opportunity to kind of talk about some of the up-and-coming stuff for your company.
Sure, yeah, we just, June 30th was release date for the Optimus Solid and the Skyrocket. And the Optimus Solid's already had some great success around the world. I think Wesley Lowe was using it at PAPCon a little bit, as well as I believe Cameron Doyle. So, and then last week at the Ladies Stop, it's we needed something, another high, kind of a master line ball that was a solid reactive, low RG, high diff, so something that would rev up, give us a little more read in the oil, but still have enough motion down lane that didn't kind of burn itself out. And the Optimus Solid, it was a great fit, and us making a change to that cover stock, going to the R2X cover stock, give us a little different footprint, and it has been. Early success is really good. Widely used last week in Sacramento because it was a 44-foot pattern last week in Sacramento, and it was had a lot of play last week as well too. And it was just something we felt like we needed. We took the Marvel S out of the line, and we felt like we did it because we wanted to fill that gap. The Marvel S was starting to get a little bit older, and we wanted to put something in there that would fill that void. And so the Optimus Solid is a great fit there. And then Skyrocket, it's been highly anticipated because it's another pearl ball, and we're always famous in the back of the day for the pearl balls that skid through the front and give us a lot of angle down the lane. And we hadn't had anything that had been really strong skid flip in a symmetrical like that since really a high road pearl. And we still make high road pearls. They're still in the line. It's something that we still sell a lot of them, so we keep it. As long as people keep asking for it, we keep it in the line. But we wanted to bring this rocket, skyrocket ball out and bring that pearl out. A little lower RG, not quite as high RG as the high road pearl, so a little different. And the booster course just a little lower RG, not quite as much diff, so it still clears the front, gives us a nice sharp angle, but not quite as violent or angular as a high road pearl. So we feel it's going to be a great fit in the line, and as the patterns flatten out a little bit, you'll probably see that be the ball of choice. It was used quite a bit in Oklahoma, from what I understand.
All right, some great insight there of some of the new stuff coming out of Utah. Daniel Mangano had the front 5
with a rocket, the hybrid version. Yeah.
There we go.
Looks like he cut that one off just a little bit and kind of traveled high through the 1.13 and left the 6.10 there.
Daniel coming out of Highland Lakes, New Jersey, 225 average, high game of 300, high series 790. Favorite bowler, PDW. Maybe you got a chance to.
He might have got some wiffle balls in.
I was going to say, you never know.
I did have a couple of parents stop me last night and said, I cannot believe that Pete Weber was playing wiffle ball with my kids. And I was like, he's a good guy. Sometimes he gets a little bit misunderstood and his actions get a little crazy sometimes, but he's still a good guy at heart. And sometimes, like I said, just a little misunderstood.
All right, stepping up next on 16, Peyton Smith coming from Loganville, Georgia. 223 average, high game 300, high series 775. Favorite bowler, Jason Sterner.
Oh, local. He likes Jason, another great player.
Mm-hmm.
Jason just won, I think, a regional last weekend or a weekend before. Jason, good player out of that southeast region. A lot of good players in the southeast region.
Very true.
Kyle Troop coming out of there. He had some success this year. Team Fish, I know. It was a shameless plug for Team Fish. But yeah, it's always good stuff. Oh boy, we've been joined by the executive director of the USBC, Mr. Chad Murphy's just sat in the seat to the left of me here. You never know, we might even put the headset on him.
We may have to.
Either that or I'm in trouble and he's telling me to get out of here. So.
All right, another bowler with the front 5 stepping up, Eric Goranak. I hope I'm getting close on some of these last names.
I'm glad you're saying it, and I'm not saying it. I think. Oh yeah, I'm not even gonna try it.
All right.
I can't even get to that name over there.
We'll call him Eric G.
Eric G.
All right, Eric G with the front 5, looking to make it 6 here out of Palm City, Florida. It's 6'10", a popular leave after the front 5.
Well, it's this is that pattern distance at 39 feet that you can't quite cut it off. It's going to go high on you, and you're afraid to really let it go because you're afraid it's going to hang out there. So to have some successes and have the stringing them like that is you got to be throwing some good shots, and so you will pay the penalty if you do make some mistakes out there.
Eric has a 237 average, high game 300, high series 825. Favorite bowler, Wes Milan. So hopefully got a chance to see Wes while he was in town today.
Still down on the other end. Hopefully got his autograph and everything.
Yeah, definitely a cool opportunity with all the Storm players here. Rhino Page, Randy Peterson, all walking around. I've only been here the past 2 days, so missed out on a few of the folks during the registration time. But
Carolyn was here, and you had Norm Duke here, and it's been a nice week.
All right, Jake Provenzano delivers the double there. Jake out of Wichita, Kansas, 243 average. Wow. High game of 300, high set of 804, and I like this one. Favorite bowler, Rick Steelsmith. So keeping it local there.
Yeah, we got a Wichita, Kansas guy right next to me. Another guy, Nathan Brantley from Wichita. Starting to see a theme over here again.
Just looked up Nathan, 241 average, high game 300, high series 835. Favorite bowler, Jason Belmonte. Great shot there too.
Yeah, high rev rate, smooth into the lane, looks good.
All right, Noah Paget will be next up on lane 16 out of Boone, North Carolina. Fortunately, that's all the information we have on Noah, so.
Making a long haul. North Carolina got a few great players coming out of North Carolina these days too. So I think Randy Weiss, was Randy Weiss from North Carolina?
I believe he was a Carolina guy as well.
Yep. You got Dick Allen's from the Carolinas. I think he lives in the Carolinas now, doesn't he? I was trying to remember if he's from Oklahoma or not.
Not 100% sure for.
Neither am I. That's a good one.
So that's
I'll shoot him a text message. Tell him where you're from.
People on Bowl TV are curious to know. But yeah, so many great regions around. You talked about the Midwest earlier, and down in the South, down in Texas, where I spend a majority of my time now. It's crazy in the Dallas-Fort Worth area with just all the talent coming out there. One of your guys' newest guys, or newest to the Pro Tour, Sean Maldonado, making a lot of noise up there as well.
Yeah, we just elevated Sean to a national staff position, and yeah, he's got a lot of talent, done a lot of good things coming out of that Southwest region. When I went to college at West Texas, I did bowl a little bit of the Southwest region, and I remember Cecil Cadell was the regional director, and he was an ex-sergeant in the Army or something like that, and he was a tough cookie. Somebody here out of Long Island, New York.
All right, that is Brandon Sodermas out of, well, our file says Levittown, his shirt says Long Island.
Yeah, Levittown, it's right there in Long Island.
All right, 224 average, high game of 300, high series 843, favorite bowler, Jason Belmonte.
The SB champ.
All right, I think we almost got all the guys as well, so got through those lineups pretty quickly. Learned a lot about these great young athletes.
Learned a lot about Belmonte and Deandra fans is what we got. And they're both IAB people. Huh. Giving back to the sport of bowling. Always got to give back.
And that's, once again, much appreciated with Storm's involvement here this week. Storm, Roto Grip, and Master, the presenting sponsors of the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships. And once again, just obviously we can see the masking units looking good up there. And you guys just having the presence here and just giving these kids the opportunity to come up and chat with you guys and get the insight and learn as much as they can while they're here is an invaluable resource and something that they will definitely take on further.
Absolutely, and it was nice. Friday night we had a matchmaker. We had 500 plus kids at that matchmaker, and we had 5 different bays set up so that each of those bays had about 10 Storm people in those bays, and so they got some really good one-on-one attention versus just kind of chaotic. It was a wonderful night. And by the end of the night, I think we were all spent, but it was a great day, and we had the opportunity to get a chance to get out in front of the kids and have them try some of the newest, latest, greatest bowling balls. And I'm sure Schlemmer shared with you about the upcoming Roto Grip releases, and
he did.
They did get a sneak peek and a sneak try of the new balls, and there was a couple of kids that said, "Hey, can I keep this for the week?" And we'd have loved to have been able to do that, but yeah, we just wanted to kind of show them and preview what was coming.
Very, very cool. Brandon St. Ong going to look to clean up the 7-pin here out of Macomb, Michigan. 223 average, high game of 299, high series 751. Once again, Jason Belmonte, the favorite bowler.
Huh.
Belmo is, yeah, over our 2 days of so far, Belmo has
very widely recognized around the world.
Very, very true. It's almost revolutionized it kind of with the two-handed style. It's taken off so much, and obviously we've seen and talked a lot about that being here at Junior Gold today. The kids definitely, it's something they can start from an early age and kind of keep going from there, and that's more or less how Jason kind of, the way I heard the story was he just wasn't, the ball was almost bigger than he was when he started bowling, and that was the only way he could generate any speed getting down lane. And
Absolutely, yep. And even as he got older and he went to a one-handed style, and he's still really good. I mean, he's still high rev rate one-handed player, but he's stuck with the two-hand. He's stuck with that style, and he's mastered it. And he's obviously he's had great success at it. And the one thing that puts Belmo out there in the forefront is Belmo's very social when it comes to. He puts a lot of things up there on different platforms to be seen and heard. I mean, his Dude Perfect stuff has been gone viral on platforms above and beyond bowling, and it's appeared in some other things other than just in bowling venues.
yeah, that Dude Perfect shoot, definitely a great one. It's cool that they were able to work that into bowling and have a little fun with it as well. So, all right, Reese Hurwitz getting ready to step up on lane 16, looking for a double Reese out of Rochester, New York. Has an average of 217, high game 300, high series 744, and his favorite bowler, maybe his brother, maybe his dad, Cameron Hurwitz. So that's pretty cool. So
it could be his dad. That would be neat. I know my father's my biggest hero, and I had the fortunate opportunity. I took him to the All-Star game the other night down in Cincinnati. Being from Dayton and growing up going to the Cincinnati Reds games all the time, and I wanted to take him and my mom. I took him and my mom to the All-Star game that night. It was a lot of fun, and I always tell these kids, hey, don't forget you got to give back. These mom and dad drove a long way to get you here. So sometime down the road, you owe them. So all those years of my dad hauling me all those bowling tournaments, baseball tournaments, BMX races around the country, yeah, I wanted to take him to the All-Star game. It was a great experience. A great experience.
all right, and yeah, definitely. Once again, another common theme of here on the live stream is just the parent support, and I know, and Chris and I talked about it a little bit. You know, we're getting down to near another cut here, and some of these kids, unfortunately, their tournament's going to end after this round, and you can kind of see there's some frustration on some of their faces, and the parents are always back there with a smile on their face and looking to make the best of the situation. And you know, sometimes the kids may not appreciate it right now as it's ending, but definitely down the road appreciate all the support and you know, time and effort and money to make these experiences happen.
Yeah, and it's a learning experience no matter what, and they're already winners getting here, because you don't get here by just signing up and paying for your entry fee. No, you have to qualify to get here. So they've already won by being here. And to make it to this round, it's another. They've already, you know, that's another platform and another step. And so, you know, some might struggle a little bit, and they might not make it to the next one. But you know what? They're going to learn from it. And that's the thing I want all these kids to remember, and the parents to remember, is that they're always successful no matter what. If they've learned one thing today or this week, it's been a success. And if you feel like you didn't learn anything or it didn't, I think you need to take another look at that.
Certainly so. Nathan Mosick finishing up, takes care of the spare in the 7th frame. Nathan out of Bay City, Michigan, 227 average, high game of 300, high series 815. So I believe we got everybody.
Yeah.
So there we go, just like that, Hank.
We're good to go.
Good to go.
There's definitely some talent here. These kids are, like you said, there's some 240 averages. The kid out of Wichita, 241, and then their 237 average. These kids are quite successful and had some at such a young age too. And some of these big 800 series and things like that, I know that yeah, it takes a lot of talent. And I was talking earlier to Craig on the Michigan Bowler feed, and we were talking just about how good some of these young kids are. I mean, even the U12, and how much talent they had. And it's amazing the amount of accessibility there is to videos. So these kids today have a distinct advantage that if they want to learn how to hook a bowling ball, or they want to learn how to two-hand, they can go online and they can search it out. They can Google it real fast or YouTube it, and they can come up with 25 different videos on, hey, this is what I need to do, and this is what you can do. And some are good and some aren't so good, but I think you can kind of filter through the ones and find those things that you feel will help you the most. But the other thing too is, and I was talking about that, is that these phones today, and these phones are better than the first computer I ever had. And to take a video, upload it, send it to your coach. Your coach can analyze it and send it back to you in a matter of minutes. Last week, Lindsay was bowling at the tournament in Sacramento. Somebody sent me a video of her bowling, and I looked at it real quick, and I saw something, I pointed it out, and then it helped. And it's just crazy, the accessibility and the tools that you have today compared to when I started bowling. You know, you were fortunate to have a video camera. And the video cameras you guys have here today are like the size, they fit in the palm of my hand.
Yep.
And the video cameras we had back then were like gigantic things that you needed. Felt like you had to have a back brace just to carry them around.
Yes, technology has certainly made the opportunity to grow so great, and you talked about finding some of those videos online. Be sure to check out the USBC Bowling Academy. You have a few appearances on there, Mr. Boomershine.
Yeah, no, that is a great one too. There's a huge video library and archive in there that has tips from some of the top coaches and professionals around the world, and it is a great bowling library. And I am fortunate to have a few videos on there. I feel honored to be part of that group, and but yeah, there's a lot of vast knowledge right there, which is really, really good.
And I know you mentioned it, and we probably haven't talked enough about it, but you are one of the few people in the world who has earned a gold status as a USBC certified coach, which is basically equivalent to earning a PhD in bowling. And that definitely had to take a lot of time, a lot of work, a lot of effort to get there. And just as a coach as well, just what are some of your favorite parts of just being able to give back to the bowling community?
Well, I mean, it was a long process, and there was a lot of people along the way that helped me get there. I mean, I could rattle off a bunch of different names in between Freddie Borden and John Jowdy and those guys throughout the years. But the biggest thing is for me is giving back, and I love to coach. I love to teach. I still do it on a local level at least once a month down in Salt Lake, and I'll do 2 days worth of lessons, and it's anywhere from a 4-year-old kid to a 70-year-old that still loves to bowl. And the biggest thing for me is I love it when they make that shot and you're working on something and they turn around and you can see that excitement. You can see that, and it's instantaneous. It's just like it makes you feel like, you know what, all those long days and all those, it's worth every minute of it. And just to give back and coaching. I mean, I'll go to the PWBA this week and ball rep as well as coach. And the funny thing is, Carolyn Dornbauer and I are very close friends, and she went to college at West Texas. She was a senior when I was a freshman, but Carolyn and I have been friends for a very, very long time. She was a roommate of mine back in college as well too. And but even to this day, I'll still see her. Like, we were at the Queens, and she's like, "Hey, can you work with me for like an hour after we're done?" And so it's always fun to have that opportunity. I mean, whether it be her or Kelly or Pete or just about any of those, it's just fun to be part of that. And it's fun to be able to just experience that and have an opportunity to work with some of the greatest players in the world and any player. I mean, just in talking to one of the parents down there with a 9-year-old kid, and he was asking me some questions about his son and about ball speed, and I was just like, hey, try this and this, and if that doesn't work, the best thing you can do is, you know, seek that next level of coach or somebody who can help you out with that, or, you know, go to some clinics. And so it's great to give back.
Certainly so, and it's much appreciated. Once again, Hank Boomershine joining us from Storm Products. Storm, one of the presenting sponsors here at the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships, presented by Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. We are at Stardust Bowl in Addison, Illinois for the Under 20 Advancers round here behind lanes 15 through 18. I'm Aaron Smith. And we are just about done with game 3 here. The girls already in the 10th frame. We already see some big scores up there. 225 from Brianna. And Dakota can get to 244 still. So they're taking care of this 39-foot sole pattern pretty well.
Yeah, the sole pattern, 39 feet, it kind of lets the multiple angles play. If you're a little bit straighter, you can play a little farther to the right. And if you are a power player, a little bit more hooked, you can definitely get a little farther left and open the lane up a little bit. So it is a multiple angle pattern. And not any one style is going to necessarily dominate on this pattern, which it's nice that they picked the 39-foot pattern for the U20 because you got a lot of different styles, a lot of different kinds of players. So the longer patterns kind of start to get a little bit tougher because you got to stay closer to the pocket, and the short patterns can kind of have certain styles that have, but on a 39-footer you can get a lot of different styles with success here.
And that was something Chris and I were kind of talking about too, especially with it being an individual event, just coming from the Open Championships, where so many teams play together, try to break down the lanes the same way, and there's so many variety of angles here, and that might be advantageous to some, maybe not so for others, but it definitely get to see a great variety of styles and ways to attack this.
Yeah, and there was I was noticing a player here that was trying to play a little farther right with the urethane ball. Was having okay success, but in the end he made the adjustment to a reactive bowling ball and kind of chased it to the track a little bit too. It's really hard to kind of play out there by yourself because you're really trying to find the track and where everybody has that friction spot, because ultimately we need the ball to slow down a little bit so that we can create some friction and get the ball to change direction.
All right, Dakota finished up with 233 over on lane 18, so great effort there. So once again, we're closing in on that next cut round for the under 20, down to 64 boys after 204 advanced to this round, down to 48 girls after we started with 109. So Hank, obviously a lot of excitement with Storm coming up. Just kind of, you mentioned about going next, making it up to Lubbock for the PWBA stop. But just what's kind of next on your schedule after that? What's coming up for you?
Oh boy. So Lubbock, Texas for the PWBA event, and then I'll go back to the office for 2 days, and then we start trade show season. We sell to distributors across the country, and they all host regional shows. Well, most host a regional show. So I'll travel from here to Fort Wayne, Indiana, and then Fort Wayne, Indiana, I have to go to Washington, actually to Oregon, for the Washington State Bowling Proprietors Association kind of jamboree convention. Chad Murphy will be there as well too. I think Frank DeSoch is coming. I have to do a presentation out there, talk a little bit about coaching and the relationships the coach creates with the proprietor and the other things that you can utilize within that coaching network / proprietor, and I'll do that, and I'll travel from Portland back to Akron for another trade show, and then Houston, there's the Lucy Bonneau doubles, mixed doubles tournament down there, and then on to Syracuse, New York for another trade show, and then on to York, Pennsylvania for another trade show, and then I'll make it back to the state of Utah sometime around the 9th or 10th of August.
Wow, that is a hectic schedule, sir.
And then I turn around and jump on an airplane and head to Connecticut after that. So the summers, everybody thinks that summers in bowling are a quieter time. In the business of bowling, summers are usually the most busy time for us. So, yeah, it affects my golf game. I mean, it's cutting into my golf time.
That's true. That's I don't know how long you have the season there in Utah before it's gone. So yeah, that's definitely an issue. But you guys are doing so many great things with the bowling industry, and we all appreciate it.
Yeah, we're very fortunate to be able to support this event and sponsor this event, and just fortunate to try to get to as many places and to touch as many people as possible, and we pride ourselves in being the Bowlers Company, and the funny thing is anybody you talk to in our organization, it's like a big family, and it's a Storm family, and we truly love the opportunity to do this and be part of this, and we look to continue this support for many years to come. And as long as I'm part of this organization, we'll push for the support of the youth and everything else as well too.
All right, we have our final shots of the 10th frame here from Amanda Van Dunn and Heather Pennizer.
Little trip 4-pin.
Heather can still get to 193. 199 still out there for Amanda. So we'll have some new bowlers coming to 17 and 18 in just a few moments. You see a few folks making their way across the lanes, getting ready to go to their next pair.
Yeah, I think that's the hardest part, is trying to get from pair to pair, because you can't come back into the concourse because the concourse is full. So you try to weave your way through set T areas and pulling some triple totes and those types of things. It's kind of tricky. If you notice, a lot of the girls and the boys are down to carrying the balls individually and coming. I'm going to take these two. I'll be back to get that other one, because they know it's hard to move these bowling bags through there.
That's right. Got to be crafty getting to the next pair. So.
Yeah, there's a double. Amanda gets the double in the 10th. Solidify the 190 game. So did Heather. Well, she needs to get 7 here to stay in the 190s.
You've seen her throw some good shots here, so don't think it'll be a problem here. Let's see if Heather can finish it off the right way.
Oh, 191.
Runs a bit high, leaves the 610.
Clutch strikes in the 10th there for Amanda, 199. So she'll lose the 1 pin to the 200 plus minus, but that was a clean game. 199 clean. That's tough in what's out there right now.
Very true. It's once again moving from pair to pair. Never know what you're going to start with. Sometimes you get the opportunity to at least watch a shot or two. Sometimes not. But yeah.
And the thing you'll notice is a trend between the women and the men. You'll notice there's a lot more clean games on the women's side than there is on the men's side.
That was something Chris had talked about too, and just watching the previous 2 games on our feature pair, that yeah, the ladies maybe a little bit more fundamental and just kind of fill frames. The guys, you know, I guess they have a bigger strike window, if you will, but at the same time, that also
the power thing. Yeah. It's a lot of times, I mean, we've seen it over the years, and lots of great bowlers. A lot of power, they have big strike balls, but they take for granted the strikes, and sometimes they kind of lose the sparing methodology as well, too. So I believe do we have a big game going on?
I think we might have someone making a run at 300 down there, a few pairs away. I think Lucas ran over there quickly with his cell phone to see if he can grab a video, but unfortunately I just see all strikes. I couldn't tell you even initials from here.
No, it's the bottom bowler on that, looks like 7 and 8.
Jason something maybe? I'm sure we'll get an update here. And I'm sure if he gets it, the crowd is going to go nuts.
Yeah, it starts with a J. Right there. I think there's been at least one 300 this week that I did see.
There's been 2 that I know of for sure, so. Can we make it another though here? Not quite on Bowl TV, but. The anticipation is killing me.
I know.
I think that might be.
There he is up there, it looks like.
The blue shirt.
Yep. Right-handed player. Takes a big deep breath.
I've got a pep talk ready if you need one. Okay.
All right.
Looks like he left something. Looks like it's a swish and tint in there.
That's a great run though, and at a great time too. As it's definitely moving day here at the Junior Gold Championships. It's be able to pop a big game like that might be enough to keep you alive for another round. And
well, I hope so. But I think I'm gonna bail out here. And thanks for having me on. And I think we're gonna grab a little lunch, and then I'll be on the Storm feed at 1:30 this afternoon, because I'm gonna head to the airport around 3 and make my way to Lubbock. So thanks again for hosting. I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me be part of this. And I'll see you guys down the road.
All right, no, thank you, Hank. We appreciate it, and best of luck down the road. Thank you again for all the support here of Junior Gold Championships. Once again, that was Hank Boomershine from Storm joining us for game number 3. Our ladies pair already into game 4. Guys finishing up, and it looks like most of the pair that's going to be coming to 15-16 already waiting. So we should be ready for exciting final 2 games here.
Oh, we heard some excitement down there. I don't hear the cheering. It was Jacob Klein had the front 10 and then left the 6-10 on his 11th shot.
Okay,
so.
we were attempting to do our best from 10 lanes away, but I think I called him Jason. We knew it began with a J. That was and had 5 letters. So I got most of the letters right. So but Jacob Klein, nice run there.
Yeah. So assuming he made the spare, he ended up with 288. Pretty good game.
Certainly so. That's a big game at a big time. It's getting down to the final few shots here. It's game 4 of 5 in this advancers round. Just about ready to get underway.
Yeah, it's going at a pretty slow pace so far today, but that's to be expected when you've got 10 on a pair. It's going to take a while. But as a result, we're going to be backed up a little bit in our schedule for the afternoon. We're going to have the U12 match play probably starting around 1 Central, would be my guess. And then targeting a 2 o'clock start for the final advancers round. You can hear the staff walking through the concourse trying to clear room. It's very, very hard to get around in the bowling center right now, Aaron.
Although when you heard the applause from that 10th strike, I've never seen him move so fast. So that was impressive.
So the players are trying to move across the house, and there's a lot of people in here, so it's hard, and that slows down the pace of play a little bit too. When you can't get to your lanes, it's hard to bowl your next game. So, and it looks like Aaron is getting geared up to do some intros for this girls pair that got started in just a minute.
Let's get it underway here. Yeah, we'll get started in just a second here.
Well, we got a long day ahead. These bowlers on this squad, if they advance, they will bowl their very next squad, probably closer to 2 o'clock start time, another 5 games, and then 2 rounds of match play this evening, starting at about 7:30.
Celebrity appearance behind you, a guy who's made a run here in the past, Ryan Zager. Just had a phenomenal showing in El Paso as he moved up to the next level at the Open Championships.
Yeah, I just saw him walk past.
Ended up winning the Bowlers Journal Open Singles, finished 2nd in regular singles, had a few other top 10s, so all in his first debut performance, but
not bad for a 21-year-old.
But I feel a lot of that was ingrained through his experiences right here at Junior Gold, so see how we bring it all together then.
I don't have any fresh baked goods, but I got these.
All right, stepping up on lane 18, Megan Zapansky out of Lockport, Illinois, 201 average, high game of 288. High series 730, favorite bowler Deandra S. Beatty. We have Michaela Mitchell up on 17 out of London, Ontario. Favorite bowler also Deandra. She didn't provide any other of the stats we usually send out there, so. Carly Thomas will be stepping up on lane 18 in just a second. out of Frederick, Maryland. Average of 210, high game 279, high series 757, and the theme continues. Deandra Aspady, favorite bowler. 17 and 18 has been a fan today.
A lot of Deandra fans out there, that's for sure.
All right, Caitlin Murphy getting ready to step up on 17 out of Clancy, Montana. Unfortunately, that's all the information we have on Caitlin, so hopefully a few folks from Montana tuning in to cheer her on. Sydney Brummett getting ready to bowl on 18. You might be able to tell us a little bit about her, Lucas.
Yeah, she's a pretty awesome young bowler from bowls at Wichita State now, from Fort Wayne, Indiana is where she resides from. I'm going to guess her favorite bowler is Kelly Kulick.
Correct.
And she's bowled for Junior Team USA. And she's a good representative for Junior Team USA in our country, and her mom makes the best baked goods ever.
I got the opportunity to try those out in Wichita, and
Do you agree?
I am not going to disagree. They were fantastic, so that was pretty awesome. All right, Amanda Terrell stepping up on 17 out of Selden, New York, 206 average, high game of 300, high series 786. Her favorite bowler, Jason Belmonte. Sarah would be Wiley, stepping up on 18. Comes in a little bit light, loses the 2-pin out of Hoffman Estates, Illinois, so not too far of a truck for her this year. 198 average is a high game of 300, high series 748, and her favorite bowler just walked by and tapped me on the shoulder.
Shannon O'Keefe.
Shannon O'Keefe.
Sarah goes to McKendree, and Sarah also is the girlfriend of Junior Team USA member Gregory Young, who just happens to be sitting in front of us.
There we go. There's the connection.
Yes.
It all makes sense now. All right, Jacqueline Evans stepping up on 17 out of Acton, Massachusetts.
What was that again? Massachusetts?
Yes.
I love giving Aaron a hard time.
I've noticed. Jacqueline strikes there as an average of 215, high game 279, high series 746. Favorite bowler? I should make you guess now.
Aaron Smith.
That is incorrect.
Oh, dang. I thought we'd have the first one. I'm going to cheat. I can't tell. Carolyn Doran Ballard.
Carolyn Doran Ballard, CDB.
I think Carolyn is bowling in Lubbock this weekend.
That she is.
For the PWBA Tour.
Shelby New is looking at a 10-pin. I went by her profile, so I have to go all the way around here. There she is. Shelby New out of Indianapolis. Average of 218, high game 290, high series 757. Her favorite bowler, not Lucas Wiseman, but Jason Belmonte. All right, Lucas, I think that covers our ladies pair, so we'll move on to the guys. And
does that mean it's my turn to do some work here?
It's about time.
Okay. I think I'm willing to step it up.
All right.
We'll get started with the intros for the guys at the start of the second frame so that I can keep track of everybody and not miss anyone. If you you're just joining us, we're live at Stardust Bowl in Addison, Illinois, which is near Chicago. And this is the U20 division advancers round. So the first round after that first cut. Bowling 5 games this morning. And then we'll be cutting once again top 64 on the U20 boys side advance, and the top 48 on the U20 girls side advance into our final advancers round this afternoon. Another 5 games, and then on to match play for the top 16 in each of our U20 divisions. And we are in game number 4 right now on both pairs. So we've got a ways to go here before we wrap it up for this advancers round, and we probably are going to start a little bit late with our final advancers round for the U20 and the U15s, guessing probably around 2 o'clock Central Time. Could be a little bit later than that, because after 5 games here, they've got to run the lanes to get us set for the final advancers round. U12 match play, they've got 2 rounds of match play, probably going to start closer to 1 o'clock with their match play.
And of course, you mentioned we got to get the lanes oiled for the next squad. We got to take a moment to recognize Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of the Junior Gold Championships, providing us with a few flex walkers, or I guess they're not walkers, they actually got to push them, but that's good for Jeff Jensen and Casey Larson getting a little workout this week. So I got to chat with Del Warren from Kegel yesterday during the U15 advancers round, and got a lot of great insight from Del. Del, of course, also the coach at Weber International. All right, Lucas, top of the lineup, sir.
Yep, that means it's time to meet the boys on our featured pairs. Let's see. We've got Micah McCracken from Keller, Texas. 230 average, 813 high series, 300 high game. And his favorite bowler is Norm Duke. Joshua Pate from Inver Groves Heights, Minnesota. Favorite bowler is Jason Belmonte. 216 average, 785 high set, and 300 high game. Dalton Cooper getting ready to bowl on lane 16 from Kettering, Ohio. Did not submit his bio information. Michael Martell from Brooklyn, New York. 237 average, 836 high series, 300 high game. Favorite bowler, we'll let Aaron make a guess. One of the best left-handed bowlers of all time.
Matt Cannizzaro.
Oh, not quite. Close, but not quite.
Left-handed of all time.
And he is in the building. He was in the building because his son was bowling earlier today.
Parker?
You got it.
There
Parker
we go.
Bone the third.
Matt Cannizzaro a close second.
Yeah, I'm sure. Very close. Martell getting ready to bowl on lane 15. Might make sense that his favorite bowler is Parker, because as you see him bowl, he is left-handed. Kyle Zager from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Did not submit his information, so all we know is that he's from Kenosha and potentially related to Ryan, I would assume.
And Ryan's standing back here watching, so
that would make sense then.
It is the safe assumption.
Got Zachary Doty, who's going to be up on 15 momentarily from Nassau, New York. Tommy Jones is his favorite bowler, 300 high game, 781 high series, and a 220 average for Zach. There's Zach right now on 15. Chase Benites, Granville, Michigan. Sean Rash is his favorite bowler. 211 average, 714 high set, and a 289 high game. And he is going to be up on lane 16 right now. Getting ready to step up on 15 is Michael McCubbins of Louisville, Kentucky, wearing a Morehead State shirt, so I would assume that he goes to Morehead State. And 221 average, 796 high set, 300 high game, and favorite bowler Wes Malott.
We talked about Wes a little bit with our two guests to the booth, Chris Schlemmer and Hank Boomershine. Wes has been in the building. I believe one of his sons is still competing right now. So Wes will be the proud dad out there here this week.
Got Calvin Akers up. South Beloit, Illinois, 220 average, 763 high set, 300 game, and Pete Weber, favorite bowler. And our last player to introduce is Joe Gerenser. Don't know if I'm saying that right, but he's from Henderson, Nevada. 210 average, 814 high set, and 300 high game. Favorite bowler, Jason Belmonte.
All right, looks like we need a score correction on maybe a pin respotted on lane 18. So you see the gentleman in the yellow vest. Big thanks to all the volunteers this week to help make this tournament run smoothly and help with such issues as scoring corrections or maybe some dead wood out on the lanes. Keeping this thing flowing smoothly.
Still have a game to go after this game ends before we make our next cut. And we'll we'll have the final advancers round coming up this afternoon on Bowl TV. All right, so we're joined by another special guest here this morning, USBC Executive Director Chad Murphy. Good morning, Chad.
Hey, Lucas. How are you? Thanks
I'm
for having
doing
me.
good. No problem. We are cruising along here in our advancers round for the U20 division, and got a packed house. I think even more people have shown up to watch than just the parents. Also, the other competitors are in the house, so it's made for a pretty cool environment. And as the executive director for USBC, it's got to be pretty cool to see all these people here supporting youth bowling, right?
Oh, it's a lot of fun. Advancers Day at Junior Gold. I know I've said it several times, but Friday here, Thursday, collegiate bowling Saturday when we do the TV shows are just the best 2 days of the year for bowling. It's a lot of fun to watch, be a part of it. It's all about the kids.
It is, and they seem to embrace the challenge. They have a lot of difficult patterns, a lot of difficult things to overcome in terms of, the amount of people in the bowling center. It's warm in here sometimes, and a lot of people on a pair, but they seem to really embrace the challenge and love it, and that's one of the great things about the young bowlers in our sport, is that they embrace the challenge of the sport, and more so than just as a recreation.
Yeah, it's a culture. It's a way of life. When I came in a few years ago and started operating the youth area, there's a lot of folks in our sport. We argue about, how hard the lane should be or how easy the lane should be. But I can tell you this group, this tournament has generated a culture where these kids want them tough. They don't want an environment that's too easy. Some of the ancillary things that go on and the heat of having, 2,000 people in a bowling center and those things those are factors. But it's just another challenge. And the other thing that's cool about this is, we're qualifying kids to be on Team USA, to go overseas in competitive environments. And we want the best of the best. And that's a big piece of what this tournament's about. So it's pretty cool, a culture, if you would.
And I can think of no better way than this to prepare these bowlers for Junior Team USA, because when you go international, you see a lot of crazy things, you hear a lot of crazy things. There's people playing drums in the background and cymbals and noisemakers, and so you've got to be at the top of your game and focused. And so this is a good proving ground. And this is also Junior Gold. In my opinion, having watched college bowling a lot over the years, I think Junior Gold has been a great feeder system for college bowling, because I've seen college bowling really the quality level of the players has just continued to climb dramatically. And I think it's because they get out here at a young age and they're bowling on tough patterns and they get better and better, and it's all feeding up right to the PWBA and the PBA. So it's
Yeah.
really a great system that's in place.
I've watched some great college teams in my lifetime, including a couple that I wasn't good enough to make. And I don't think any of those teams had the type of skills that these kids have today because they're bowling on these patterns so early. They know so much more about lane play and, of course, the equipment that goes with it, how to move and where to move. When I was a kid, if your ball went high, you move left. Sometimes out here, you got to move right.
Yep.
It's just a different environment, but it's pretty cool. And strategically, while it's still about making good shots, there's a lot of strategy to this that didn't exist a lot of years ago. And it's just awesome, especially when they get it right. I mean, it's just fun when they get it right. And the one thing too that's prevalent here that I always say, well, what's the first thing I always say? Well, hit the one in front. And if you leave some, hit the one in front again. But spares are such an important part of this. And some of these kids, you watch the straight arm swings, even though they hook the ball a ton, they're great spare shooters. And there won't be one kid that's involved in that last kind of round of 8 tomorrow that isn't a great spare shooter. And that's a pretty awesome thing to think about too.
Well, we had almost 3,200 youth bowlers show up between the 6 divisions this week. And I know that, Chad, you've been pretty open about it on Facebook. There were some logistical issues this week, but by the same token, you have to be very encouraged by the support that you've seen for this event and the growth, the unexpected year-to-year growth for this event.
Yeah, this was the year we were maybe supposed to be flat or down a little bit. For those that don't know the history, we added a U15 division, and we had strategically said once we had 500 kids, we would add a U12 division. Well, we had 500 kids the first year, so we added a U12 division, and then this was the first year that we didn't have that add, so we assumed maybe a small growth, flat or down, and the tournament grew by, the event grew by 27%, which is a real credit to our junior gold coordinators around the country who are operating the events, of course the kids, but also the parents. It takes a really good group of people to have growth like that, and it makes me really proud of our staff at the campus that work so hard on this event, and it's just incredible to think about. I mean, 27% in 1 year. 2010 we had 2011 we had 1,648 kids bowl this tournament. Now just a few years later, over 3,100. It's awesome. It's really shows how bright the future for the sport is.
Yeah, it really is a great turnout, and these players really love this event. Despite whatever challenges there may be, they still enjoy being out on the lanes. You see a lot of people making new friends. I see it, everywhere I went to eat this week, I saw bowlers every time. It didn't matter where I went to eat. There were bowlers hanging out, having a good time, and enjoying the experience. And that's kind of what it's about, too. In addition to the competition, it's also these kids are making memories that they're never gonna forget coming out here to Junior Gold, and that's all part of the deal.
They're making friends that they'll have 20 years from now,
Yeah.
and I think we discount that too much. But when you think about the social impact of what is bowling, it's a bowling center is a community gathering place. What's going on here is a community of bowlers gathering, meeting each other. Frank Wilkinson and I sat down at Denny's last night at 1:45 when we left here. And by the time we left there, it was about 2:30, and there were 10 more tables of kids and their parents socializing. But the pureness of sport I always talk about, and in the youth area, traveling somewhere with your friends and family, competing in a peer-to-peer environment, receiving recognition, the social pieces that go with it, we're building character along the way, and Junior Gold features all of that, including the opportunity to play wiffle ball with Pete Weber.
Yeah, I know.
So that's pretty cool,
we were
too.
talking about that earlier. It's pretty awesome. That's a pretty cool memory that those kids are going to have for a long time. Thanks again to our presenting sponsors of Junior Gold, Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. They've been helping us out with live streaming throughout the day. We heard from Chris Schlemmer earlier and Hank Boomershine, and we'll hear from some more folks as we move along throughout the day.
Yeah, thanks for doing that. Can't say enough about the folks out in Utah. They've been a great addition to this event, the trade show, and folks like Randy Peterson standing in bowling centers and watching these kids. I saw several Facebook posts about the pros. Wes Malot's in the building today. Big thanks to Bill and Barbara Chrisman for all they do for bowling, but specifically this event this week.
All in all, it seems like it's been a pretty good event. There have been a few hiccups along the way, but I know that you guys have kind of taken responsibility for some of that, and I assume you'll plan to evaluate things and maybe make some changes for next year based on the feedback you got this time around, right?
Yeah, there's all kinds of ways to improve, and every year we do kind of a post-mortem process. We actually have a group that are coming into the campus in Arlington that were pre-planned. We knew that we were going to have to adjust some things for 18 and beyond. What we didn't know was that it's 2017 and beyond, and really 2016 that we're looking at next year. But it isn't so much about what's happening on the lanes, because that's pretty sound, and the integrity of the event and all that goes with that. It's just the logistics of getting a couple thousand people in and out of a bowling center,
Right.
having those spectators be, happy and healthy, but also, in a place where they can watch their kids. And it's easy for me to say, which I always do, hey, it's about the kids, but the parents get them here, and that's a big part of it too. But we're looking at a couple format changes. I read a blog yesterday that Jeff Riggles did, and he did a nice job with it. None of the changes are ideal. A couple extra days for qualifying has its problems. Boys separate from girls has its problems. Big kids one week, little kids the next week has its issues. But we're at a point with the event that we'll move it forward in a positive way, just as we've gotten it to here. And the kids will have a great experience next year in Indy and the following year in Cleveland and in 19 and beyond.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have. I mean, you can only grow a certain amount before you have to make some adjustments. It's just the nature of the way things work. And but everybody should see it as a positive development that there are this many kids that are interested in taking their game to the next level. And it's good for the health of the sport, and it's good for our industry. And let's hope that it continues and we continue to see growth.
Yeah, there's nothing but good happening here, and it's it'll come to the pinnacle with the TV shows starting tomorrow. But it's pretty awesome when you think about it. Now there's a development cycle in place where a 9-year-old kid can bowl in national championships, do that all the way until he graduates high school. He gets to bowl in our collegiate program at USBC Collegiate that Gary Brown does such a great job of running. Gets to bowl for a national championship, and now at this point in time, for the first time in a long time, at that point both men and women can graduate from collegiate to our pro tours because the PWBA is in place. It's something that I feel strongly that we haven't had in place for a number of years, but it's a development ladder. Kids go to kindergarten and they come out of 6th grade, 7th grade to middle school, and then up to high school. Sports isn't really that much different than that. We've got to have something at each level for them. And so that's what we're building towards. And the thing that makes me the most proud of this event is that the kids have really made the decision. We've got a lot of parents that, don't like some of the logistical problems. But the kids have said every year, I have to do that. I want to go. I want to be a part of that. And it's just going to get bigger and better. And we'll lose less kids within our sport to something else because of things like this. So it's all pretty cool.
Yeah, I monitor social media pretty close, especially during an event like this, and most of the bowlers that I've seen they don't really complain about the logistical things. They complain more about their performance on the lanes more than anything, but they're just happy to be here and happy to be on the lanes and being able to compete in this great event. I mean, that's all they care about. All they care about is from a ball return forward. That's their focus, which is where it should be.
Yeah, they're picking up a ball and trying to knock down as many pins as they can. And that in and of itself can be very frustrating.
Yeah, for sure, especially when the patterns are tough. It's not easy.
When you watch, it's interesting to watch because it's intense, especially on days like today and tomorrow, but literally to compete at this level against the best kids in the country for a 5-day period, it takes a high level of intensity. And so for them to even try and think about anything else wouldn't make a whole lot of sense.
One thing I'm wondering, Chad, and we're joined by Chad Murphy, Executive Director of USBC, is that for next year, do you think that you could work on controlling the weather a little bit so that we don't have any problems with the weather? When I woke up on Monday morning at about 6 o'clock, and I said, oh, we're in some trouble. And it's huge line of severe weather came through and popped us with a power outage. You just can't control things like that. I mean, that's just, that it could happen anywhere at any event.
No, I woke up, I was getting ready for work, and my phone rang at, I think it was 7:03, and I looked down and I saw Zach Barton's name, who's our tournament director, and I thought to myself right before I answered it, that's not good.
Yeah. Yeah, when you're calling the boss at 7 o'clock in the morning, it's probably not a good call.
But I will tell you, I give those guys a lot of credit. He and Gary Brown, we communicated through the morning. We had a plan in place for if the lights came on at 10 or 11 or noon and 1, and I was mostly riding along. They did just a really nice job of putting it together. And, you know, everybody talks about the fire marshal and what a negative environment that can be, but I will tell you the fire marshals here helped out immensely because they were kind of responsible with communicating with the city that we had 3,000 people here for the next 5 days. I don't know when the lights would have come back on if the fire marshals weren't here communicating that. I think we got moved up the ladder a little bit. But yeah, it's funny because, you know, we had the same problem in Detroit, not Junior Gold related, but Youth Open. We were down for about 12 hours. And it's just, you know, kismet, fate, one of those other things. But I really am thankful that it was Monday and not Tuesday because it would have been very difficult on Tuesday. We had a lot of people go out on social media and say we should have just ran late and let the kids bowl until, you know, 3 and 4 in the morning. But I don't think they realized that if we would have just turned them on and let them go, it would have been 3:30, 4 a.m. Based on the pace of play. And so that really wasn't an option. But Gary and Zach did a great job. I couldn't be more proud of those guys and how they operated in the face of some tough decisions. If we were down for another 3 hours, we would have had to go into a 10-game format, which would have been historical for an event like this. But hey, Mother Nature, you know, she pretty much tells us how it's going to be, and we follow along.
And we're very appreciative of all the people who were very understanding of the situation because, like you said, the guys did the best that they could, and I thought that, from my standpoint, it seemed to work out pretty well. The best possible scenario would be to end up doing what we did, and it worked out. And the bottom line is that we're holding a tournament, and we're going to crown champion at the end of the week, and it's been fair for everybody.
And I think everybody knows that. You know, that we've had several things like this happen over the last few years, and what I always enjoy, and I wasn't here for this one, but I always enjoy the spirit of the parents and the kids when it goes on. It's not that rare, you know, for some music to be played and some dancing to go on to kill the time and some chants and stuff like that. Bowling's got a great charm to it, and the families that play our sport, they're just always there in a positive way, and this week was no different.
One thing I wanted to talk to you about, Chad, is we've got TV for the first time for Junior Gold this year. That's a pretty exciting development. Never had it before. How did the TV come about, and you know, why did you decide to go that route?
Well, we started working with our youth committee a couple years ago and how to grow the event, but even, you know, just as important is how do we grow top of mind awareness for our sport and showcase these kids and these athletes at this level to a group that probably doesn't bowl and might think it's cool that bowling was on TV and take a look at us in that light. And there just isn't a better event for us to showcase that than this. And so really it was a 3-year plan. Paying for it is certainly not easy. It's roughly $125,000 that'll be spent to televise these 3 shows this year on CBS Sports Network. But we started having the conversations. We kind of worked through the process. We introduced the Spectator Pass last year in Buffalo.
That's been a big help to be able to afford the TV, right?
Every nickel from the Spectator Passes goes straight to the TV production through the Yes Fund and our founding partners there. But it's going to be an awesome thing. A lot of work, a lot of energy. but really positive results. It's funny because I tell this story. I had a few folks that were, pretty upset about the spectator passes last year, and they're big supporters of youth bowling, and hopefully they won't mind that I'm naming them here. But Candace Sawmiller and Larry Dunn were two people that are very involved in their local areas with youth bowling, and they were just concerned. And so when they called me, I shared with them privately that every nickel of that money was going to put this on TV, and both of them immediately at the time were like, really? And it takes a lot of trust to hear that and then know that it's going to happen. But we couldn't go to the market and say that because it wasn't done. And even though the best laid plans were being executed, we didn't have a contract with CBS Sports Network, and we hadn't figured out a lot of those details. But all of that will come to actually crowning our champions that are the future for the sport tomorrow in a taped telecast for air on CBS Sports Network. And again, I couldn't be more proud of our group, our youth committee, the folks that work tirelessly, the volunteers here this week. Most of them are on that youth committee, some of them on our national boards. It's just a great community that bowling gets together and delivers this type of stuff. But that's not a one-time deal. That's structured now that there's a financial stream that directly funds that TV. And so unless somebody didn't want to air it, we'll be on TV for a long time with this event.
Yeah, it's an exciting addition to the event, and it's nice that people can now understand that the spectator fee was not just, aligning the pockets of USBC. There was a plan for it. It was to have TV for this event, which really takes it to another level and just improves and we'll keep drawing even more and more competitors to the event.
Yeah.
Moving forward.
If somebody has a crystal ball and can tell me how many kids are going to show up next year, chad.murphy@bowl.com, you'd be doing us a huge favor. Because obviously we look at that on a year-over-year basis, but really a 3-year window through the planning cycle. And it would be great information to have that is 100% accurate.
Yeah, that would be nice. If we go up another 27% next year, I have a feeling you're going to be pretty ecstatic.
We're going to have a great event. We're going to crown some great champions, and we're going to have a lot of fun doing that.
The more the merrier. We'll find a way to make it work.
Yeah, I had somebody got in a discussion yesterday, and, why don't you limit the event? And, the answer is simple. We've got something really special here. And bowlers of all shapes and sizes, skills and talents, anybody that wants to be a bowler or wants to get better within our sport is going to want to be here for this week. And so why would we ever not want to just continue to grow that? I saw a Facebook post yesterday that put an idea up there for 1,900 players maximum field, and I didn't even read the rest of it because it limited the players. There's a lot of ways for this tournament to evolve over time in great ways, and we're going to look at all of them, but limiting the field is just not one of them we're interested in.
We're watching the U20 Advancers round here on Bowl TV at Junior Gold, presented by Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. USBC Executive Director Chad Murphy is joining us. Somebody asked in the chat, Chad, a question for you. Adriana wanted to know what it's like being the Executive Director of USBC. That's kind of a tough question, isn't it?
Oh,
There's so much that goes into it that people don't realize. You're a very, very busy man.
The simple answer is what it's like is it's awesome. I mean, it's really incredible. I love my job. It's a lot of fun. We're a service organization first, and when you get to service bowling and when you look at it like a service organization and all the pieces of the puzzles and the things that we do, that we're just servicing other people, it's a pretty easy thing to get your mind around. And yeah, it's pretty complex, and there's some intense and stressful pieces that go with it, but Man, what a ride. It's been a lot of fun, and we are really focused on the sports side of our game and moving towards a better future for it, including a better USBC that we can all be proud of. And I just look forward to working with bowling to make a better bowling over time, and it's just a lot of fun. So thanks for the question.
We've been excited about the PWBA relaunching, and I was there last weekend in Sacramento. It's too bad you didn't have a chance to come out, Chad, because it was a great event. It could not have gone better in terms of the bowling center staff, the volunteers, the fans, packed house all the time. And our camera almost bit the dust there. Greg Young, of course, junior Team USA member, causing us trouble. But yeah, it went really well in Sacramento, and you've got to be pretty enthused by the number of people who are turning out to support the PWBA and its relaunch.
Yeah, it's exciting, or excitement is not a, I don't know what word would ecstatic,
exceed that?
proud, extremely proud of the ladies that have decided to support that tour. When we, started planning and thinking, we put a task force together. The folks on the task force, we didn't know how many folks would show up. I got asked in one of the media calls, well, what if nobody shows up? And I said very specifically, if 16 people show up, we're going to crown champions. Now, in the back of my mind, I certainly thought we'd do better than that, but I didn't know that it would be selling out fields in year one. If we would have serviced everybody that we could have in Sacramento last week, plus the folks that were in Japan, by my math, it was 123 bowlers. And that's another one of those things that if someone would have been in that task force room or maybe one of the board rooms or even in my office and said, hey, you're going to have 120 show up for that first event, we might have laughed that person right out of the office. But what an incredible message that these ladies are sending out to bowling. We're back. We're here to compete. And they're here to support bowling, too. We had a players meeting at the Queens in Ashwaubenon, and we had some good conversation with them about how important it was, to mingle with the kids and have folks in and out of the center and be true professionals. And I think that's something that we've just really missed. A 7-year-old girl is going to start bowling this year. And the reason why it's different for her than it was for the last, 12 or 13 years is she's got something to aspire to be. And the girls that have started, the last few years haven't had that. And so I'm just really appreciative of the ladies that are coming out to bowl. Love our staff. Jason Thomas and Damon Sirocco have done a wonderful job. Caitlin Pelton, Jeff Breidenbach, our director of planning, who's really been in there. You, Lucas, all the media guys, Aaron and Matt that have been involved. But it's been a real labor of love, and we're just really looking forward to that tour crowning champions for a lot of years. Yeah, it was a 3-year commitment, but I see that tour being around for an awful long time. And yeah, I was kind of sad that I wasn't there last week. I made the personal decision not to go, and I'm not sure why, other than I don't know. It's one of those things. I think a lot of people thought I would be there because I am a big believer in that tour and what it represents and what it is. But I'd go to all of them, I think, if I could. A lot of people don't remember, but I used to tour rep on that tour. And it's just a lot of fun to watch, somebody compete at that level. But we got a lot going on at USBC, and we've got competent experts on site that are running those events. They don't really need me hanging around and bugging them.
I wasn't sure when we relaunched the PWBA tour and we were on our way to Sacramento. I honestly didn't know how many fans would come out and support the event. I didn't know if we were going to have nobody there or if we were going to have a packed house or somewhere in between. And it was pretty encouraging to see so many spectators and fans there who were just so excited that they had a chance again to see professional women's bowling or just professional bowling in general in their area. And it really hit home for me when the Pro-Am, which got delayed a little bit because we had more bowlers than we expected for qualifying. It's 10 o'clock at night. They're finally going to get started for the Pro-Am, and I look out at the field, and there's all these little 7, 8, 9-year-old girls with their hair in the cute ponytails, smiling and hanging out with Missy Parkin and some of the other ladies and having a good time, and that was very encouraging, and it really shows the whole point of the PWBA and why we're bringing it back. And they had a sold-out Pro-Am, by the way, packed house for the Pro-Am, standing room only every single round. So we can only hope that it is the same in our next stops. If the PWBA is coming to a city near you, you can find more information at pwba.com in terms of Pro-Am, schedule, stuff like that, and we hope to see you out there at some of those events.
Yeah,
we're going to hit a lot of different markets.
We are, and that's really the reason why we did it, was really the local piece. And the Sacramento market was great. Steve Cook and his staff did a wonderful job at Fireside Lanes there. We had great local media presence. We had great bowling presence. We had kids. We had just about everybody out for the week. And I expect that to be the same way pretty much everywhere we go in the next, 7-8 weeks, culminating with the Women's U.S. Open at Carolier. But you know what? I'm kind of beyond that now. I know it's going to sound a little crazy because it just started. I'm looking forward to Brianna Clemmer and some of the girls that are bowling this week bowling on the PWBA Tour years from now. And that'll be the real measure of whether the decisions that were made, in the last year or so really make sense. Because the one thing that we knew going into that, and I will tell you we didn't know a lot, was that with the NCAA level schools and USBC Collegiate have delivered so many great, young, talented bowlers to adult bowling over the past decade, but they just didn't have anywhere to go. And I could name, all of them off, but Brittany Hamilton and Brianna Caldwell, Danielle McEwen, all of those ladies are going to now be followed by the group that's bowling this tournament. And it's just going to be a lot of fun to watch over the next 10 to 15 years.
It won't be long before some of those ladies, like you mentioned, like Brittany and Danielle, are looking over their shoulder saying, what's going on with all these youngsters coming up and kicking our butts? It's right around the corner.
Yeah.
It's pretty exciting to see. It's sad that it kind of skipped a generation-ish, but it's cool that it's back, and it's also cool to see some of the veterans out there supporting it, like Anne-Marie Dugan, Carolyn Dorn-Ballard, among others who are going to who bowled on the tour before, Leanne Holstenberg, of course. So,
yeah, my buddy Wendy McPherson, who I repped for a number of years, she was kind of on the slide because we didn't really know whether she was going to bowl or how many she was going to bowl, and she showed up last week and had a good outing. But for a bowling purist, and I hate to define myself and others, but for those of us that really love bowling, that PWBA Tour is a great watch right now. I mean, this week you're going to have those folks that we talked about earlier, all the way to Carolyn, Leanne. I mean, kind of those 20-time titleists are going to be battling these young guns, and it's just going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Chad, I don't want to keep you any longer than you want to. I think you've said a lot.
I appreciate it.
And I appreciate you coming in and filling some time with us and answering some questions that I know people had, and hopefully get it out there. You were always very upfront with everything, and it doesn't do any good to keep it close to the chest. I think that's kind of your rule of thumb. And
it does.
So
thanks for having me.
We appreciate it, and good luck with the rest of the event. Let's get through this thing with some great TV shows tomorrow.
All right, we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Chad. Chad Murphy, Executive Director of USBC, joining us for a little bit there as we are moving along here in our advancers round. Wrapping up game 4 of 5. Our girls going to be starting at game 5 in just a couple of minutes. We'll have live coverage for you throughout the day, right here on Bowl TV. 10th frame now for game 4 on our U20 boys pair. U20 girls will be getting a new group of U20 girls coming in here in just a few minutes for their 5th game. Well, 5 games this morning, and then we'll make the cut to the top 64 U20 boys, top 48 U20 girls for the final advancers round of 5 games this afternoon. Last frame of game 4 for the boys. We're scheduled to start our next round at 1:30, but looking like it will be closer to between 2 and 2:30. Looks like the names are up for our girls pairs, so presumably we'll be getting started sooner rather than later. All right, looks like the girls are about to get started, so we will do our player introductions here.
Sounds good to me.
You want to do them for the girls?
I'll do them for the girls.
Okay,
Sure.
sounds good. I'm not going to argue with you.
All right. Shelby Durr is going to kick things off. Shelby's from Sunbury, Pennsylvania. Average of 210, high game at 300. Best set of 799, one pin away. Favorite bowler, Parker Bone.
Nice choice.
Jaden Takayasu.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. All right,
Yeah, I think
hopefully.
that's right.
Jaden's coming from Flower Mound, Texas, with an average of 200, high game of 279, high series of 777. Coming from Flower Mound, Texas, who do you think her favorite bowler is?
Matt Cannizzaro. No, Carolyn Dorn-Ballard. Or Chris Barnes.
Oh, you got one of the families right.
Linda Barnes.
Linda Barnes, there we go.
Finally, somebody who has some sense and likes Linda more than Chris.
All right, Brittany Arns stepping up on 18 from Choge.
New York?
New
Patchogue?
York. Patchogue.
I think. I'm not sure.
My apologies to the good folks of that city after butchering that so bad.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe I'm wrong.
Brittany coming in with a 222 average, high game of 300, high series 805. Very nice. Favorite bowler Jason Belmonte. Dakota. Goodness, that's another interesting last name. Fashni?
Fashni?
Dakota Fashni. Dakota, if I got that wrong, my apologies as well. She's coming from Ontario with an average of 173, high game 265, high series 608. Favorite bowler Bill O'Neill. All right, Brianna Land just got a strike there to kick off game number 5 from Perry Hill, Maryland. Average of 198, high game 267, high series 697. Favorite bowler, CDB, Carolyn Dorn-Ballard. Kelly Skalaki getting ready to bowl on 18 from Coram, New York. Average of 223, high game 300. High series 805. She is a Kelly Kulick fan. Sticking with the same first name. Kelly gets a big cheer from the crowd here. Ashley Dunn stepping up on 17. Coming from Palmdale, California, average of 222, high game 300, high series 796. Her favorite bowler, Chris Barnes. Jessica Millot, coming from Lauderhill, Florida, average of 208, high game of 300, high series 730. Has a high series of, or just said that, high series of 730. Favorite bowler, Shannon O'Keefe. I got distracted by all the cheers.
That's all right. We won't hold it against you. Looks like you've got one more, huh?
I got one more.
Stephanie Adams.
Stephanie Adams, a common first name and last name, so this might take, there she is, all right.
Got a lot of people in the database to look through.
Stephanie is coming from Manitoba. So definitely a handful of participants from Canada, Puerto Rico as well throughout the week. Stephanie has an average of 194, high game of 300, and high series 759. So there's a rundown of our girls feature pair. Lanes 17 and 18 here at Stardust Bowl in Addison, Illinois. This is the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. We've already had the opportunity to chat with a few folks from Storm and Roto Grip, Chris Schlemmer and Hank Boomershine, swinging by earlier today. You got the opportunity to chat with Chad Murphy just last game, and I'm sure we'll have a few more along the way.
Hopefully so. Should be getting started on our boys fair any minute. lot of them are down here ready to go. Just waiting for the names to pop up. There they go. Check it out here. Let's see who we've got. Shane Bartlow of Chesterfield, Michigan. Rhino Page is his favorite bowler, a 223 average, 764 high series, and a 300 high game. Aaron Uratovich of Olaf, Kansas, 235 average, 801 high series, 300 high game. Rhino Page, his pick for favorite bowler. And Aaron bowls at Weber International, by the way. Parker Capra of Spring, Texas, favorite bowler Pete Weber. High game of 300, a high series of 816, and an average of 238.
Parker employing that two-handed style that we've seen so much of.
There are a lot of people named Zachary that were in the U20 division. Zachary Tyler of Arnold, Missouri, 218 average, 785 high series, 300 high game, and Sean Rash is his favorite bowler. Noah Gallegos, Golden, Colorado, 203 average, 797 high series, 300 high game, and his favorite bowler is his dad.
That's nice.
How much do you have to pay to get that? Where's my wallet? Good job. When's autograph time? That's what I want to know.
Colin Smith, who just got a strike from Huron, South Dakota. 232 average, 833 high series, 300 high game. Walter Ray Williams Jr. is his favorite bowler. Andrew Hall, Westboro, Massachusetts, 233 average, 792 high series, 300 high game. Favorite bowler is Bruce Hall, so I would assume is related to Andrew. Rafael Pizarro of Carolina, Puerto Rico. Up on lane 16 right now. 215 average, 742 high set, 288 high game. Favorite bowler, Tommy Jones. Chance Rivera of Kansas City. 235 average and 847 high set. That's pretty awesome.
Nice.
300 high game, and Sean Rash's favorite bowler. You could put 2 3-game series for me and Aaron together, we probably still wouldn't get to 847, especially at the Open Championships.
That's right.
And our final bowler to introduce is Andrew Lazarchuk of Brick, New Jersey, 220 average, 816 high series, 300 high game. And Parker Bone III is his favorite bowler.
Andrew, a lefty as well. Nice quick work of the pins in the first frame.
This is our last game of the advancers round. Be making the cut to the top 64 boys, top 48 girls in the U20 division, and they will bowl again this afternoon after about an hour break from the finish here. Our U12 match play was scheduled to start at 12:30, but it's not going to. It's going to be a little bit late because they need to wait for the U20s to get done so they can oil the lanes down there, because they can't run the lane machine right next to where they're bowling. So it'll be a little bit before they get started with match play down there. I'm guessing around 1:15 is my best guess for the U12 match play to get started, and my best guess for our U20 for the next round would be around 2:15 at this point. Those are just estimates. See what happens. Looks like the X-Bowling live scoring works here at Stardust Bowl, so if you'd like to see the frame-by-frame, you can give it a try at xbowling.com. You can look for live scores in Illinois and then scroll down to Stardust Bowl if you'd like to check out that frame-by-frame live scoring.
are in the 5th and deciding game here for the under 20 advancers round. From a field of 1,403 under 20 boys competitors, and we are now down to 204. And after this game, we'll cut to the top 64 for the girls in the under 20 division. 763 made it out to Chicagoland. We're down to 109 for this round. We'll be cut to 48 after this for the final advances round. From there, 5 more games will determine who's going to advance to the double elimination match play.
Yeah, we cut to 48 for the girls and 64 for the guys. So it's a pretty big cut.
But that finish in the top 25, or at the end of 25 games, I should say, very important on both sides. That will help determine who's going to be making it to Junior Team USA. A total of 12 boys and 12 girls will make the squad for the upcoming year, and the top 4 male and top 4 female age eligible competitors at the end of 25 games will be given automatic spots on Junior Team USA, along with the top 2 male and female finishers from the double elimination bracket. So definitely a lot at stake for those bowlers near the top of the standings to be able to secure a spot on Junior Team USA. Definitely has to make the rest of the week fly by. Some relief off their shoulders if that was their goal.
Have so much more fun while they're bowling.
our girls feature pair already halfway through game number 5, the final game here of the advances round for the U20 division. The boys pair just a frame or 2 behind. The middle of the 4th right now. I want to thank everyone for spending some time on their Thursday morning and afternoon with us here on Bowl TV for the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. We are at Stardust Bowl in Edison, Illinois for the 2015 event, behind lanes 15 through 18. We'll be here all day on Bowl TV along with a few other streams going on. A few guys from Storm will be manning one of the other booths. And Craig Elliott from Michigan Bowler has already been on for a little bit earlier today. He's going to be back shortly, I believe. Showcase some of the under 12 bowlers. So a lot more to be decided here at the 2015 tournament. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Lucas Wiseman. We've been fortunate enough to have a few special guests in the booth already today from Storm and Roto Grip, Hank Boomershine and Chris Schlemmer, along with USBC Executive Director Chad Murphy. Competitors are competing on the World Bowling Soul pattern, 39 feet in length, just a hair above 25 milliliters for the volume. Certainly be some nervousness for those youngsters right around the cut line. After we finish up this round, the boys will go from 204 to 64, so it's going to be a pretty sizable cut for them. For the girls, currently at 109 bowlers in this round, will be down to 48. Those who advance will come back and bowl another 5 games to determine who makes it to the double elimination match play. Top 16 on both sides will advance.
So it looks like, Aaron, we're going to start the U12 a little after 1:15, so a little more than a half an hour from now. And then they're hoping to start the next round for the U20s and the U15s at around 2:15 Central Time. So we'll see how it goes. They got oil and stuff, so it takes a little time. But that's the hope.
Gotcha. Just so the folks at home know, I just kind of mentioned that we'll have the Storm booth up and running shortly as well. As who's going to be down there with them? as far as the competition?
I think it's going to be the girls are going to be down with them, and we're going to have the boys here.
Gotcha.
And then the U12s will be with Craig on the third stream. About a half a game to go here before we wrap it up with this round. Got a re-oil coming before the final advancers round, final 5 games. And after 24 games, the 14 from qualifying, 5 this morning, 5 this afternoon, it will be a 24-game total, and that will determine the bowlers who get the qualifying spots on Junior Team USA. So we'll know that after the next round.
That's a good correction there. I think I might have said 25 a little bit earlier. So yeah, that is 24.
It was originally scheduled to be 25, but it is actually 24.
Yes, so
lot of the pairs finishing up already. You've got some pairs with 10, some pairs with 9, so you're going to have some that finish quicker than others. The pair to our right of our girls' pair already done. The pair to our left of our boys' pair is almost ready for the 10th frame, so that just means that as the pairs around them finish, they just get done even faster because no more lane courtesy. So hopefully that'll help us to get moving a little bit.
Yeah,
Get on to our final advancers round.
those guys oiling the lanes definitely do need a little bit of room to get going, so depending on how they finish, if it works out in their favor, they can get them going a little bit quicker, or if it's all over the place, maybe not. So it's kind of a luck of the draw how it all pans out.
Kelly Skalaki is a crowd favorite here.
Absolutely.
3 in a row, a couple of spares, 3 more in a row. She's pulling pretty well here in this last game.
Kelly just finished up her freshman year at Weber International.
Yeah, good luck.
The experience paying off here down the stretch. Kelly entered today's advances round in 11th place overall. So she's been throwing shots like that all day. She's probably in pretty good position.
Yeah, you would think so.
Nice cover there by Jaden, taking care of the 5-7. It's a big cheer from the crowd behind us here at Stardust Bowl. hanging out behind lanes 15 through 18.
Still a packed house here at Stardust Bowl as we wind down. You got all of the parents watching and all of the other competitors in here watching. Maybe it'll thin out a little bit for the next round, but definitely always fills in again for the match play for sure. It gets pretty crowded.
Yeah, a lot of these kids end up, as Kelly must have struck again.
She did, yeah, the Kelly cheers.
But yeah, this tournament obviously gives these kids the opportunity to meet a lot of new people as well, make a lot of friends out here as well, and you know, maybe it's someone they've seen from college bowling for these older kids, or you know, just someone they end up crossing with for a few days, and all of a sudden maybe their tournament's over, but their buddy's still going, so might as well go cheer them on. But yes, I can imagine a lot of people sticking around after this finishes up. Just curious about that cut line for the divisions here. You'll be able to find that on juniorgold.bowl.com, along with information from the preceding rounds.
Getting ready to start the 10th frame for our girls pair. Shelby Durr is bowling pretty well this game. She can get to 235 if she strikes out. She was up there in the top of the standings, I think. At least she was when I looked at it a couple of days ago. Maybe she dropped a little bit. Yeah, 77th. So she's dropped a little bit.
So you Wiseman jinxed her by just looking at the scoreboard?
She must have had a bad last day, huh?
A little bit rough final day, so dropped her to 77th. So not sure how she did in the 4 games leading up to this, but this could definitely be a push towards that 48th spot.
The way they've been doing it is like in the 3rd frame, it starts adding. Yeah, it's, yeah.
So it looks like Shelby is going to be about a little short of even for today. Going to be just near 1,000.
Well, you never know with these tough patterns, and
yeah, she would have to move up from 77th to 48th, and I don't know what the averages were in that range, but 200 an average of 200 has got to be pretty decent.
Yeah, only four of the girls were plus through 14 games. So
Yeah, so I don't know, 1,000 ends up at 1,006.
So Shelby entered today at 182. 48th entered the day at 186. So definitely definitely a pretty small margin there. So definitely something that could be made up.
182 and 186 average, yeah. So yeah, 4 pins a game. Yeah, it's not that big of a difference. So she may have done enough. I don't know. We don't know the standings, so have to wait and see. She doesn't look terribly happy, though. Give you a heads up when we know if the U12s are going to get started with match play. They were supposed to start about 30 minutes ago. We're hoping they start in the next 15 minutes or so. We'll be posting that link on our USBC Facebook and Twitter accounts. So make sure you follow us and like us. Facebook.com/USBC, Twitter.com/USBC. That way you can get the updates we'll post every time we go live with streaming again. We're going to have a lot of live streaming the rest of the day today and tomorrow morning as well.
I'm impressed, Lucas. Through 2 days of live streaming so far, I haven't heard you plug your own Twitter account. So
I got to the point where I think I have just about everybody who's interested in following me. So instead of my Twitter followers going up, it actually goes down now. So
you've plateaued.
I get people who like to unfollow me. They're not too excited about bowling and my vacations. But if you'd like to follow me, at Lucas_Wiseman. Since you presented the opportunity, Aaron, that's once again at Lucas_Wiseman. Or you can search for USBC on Twitter and it should come up. And if you'd like to follow Aaron, don't bother. It's not that exciting.
Unfortunately,
just kidding. At USBC Aaron. Aaron's going to post all kinds of exciting Twitter content for you guys during the break. Maybe we'll post a picture of Aaron interviewing a player, a picture of Aaron getting a soda, a picture of Aaron eating a cheeseburger.
Wow.
See, you gotta think outside the box.
I'm gonna have a very active break here, I guess. I wasn't planning on
I don't know
all
that
that.
we're gonna have time to do all that, but pie in the sky.
If I pull off the trifecta, though, that might be Twitter worthy.
Finishing up Game 5, final game here in the advancers round.
One at a time, Kelly. One at a time. Let's go.
Looks like we're pretty close to.
So we could be the last ones done.
At least to our left, looks like they're already in the 10th frame. Further to our right, looks like 9th and 10th frame. So we'll see if the Kelly Skalaki show can go on here. Working on 4 in a row. Goes to the nose. Fortunate just to have the 10 pin standing up. Just looking to get into the 240s. shot there by Stephanie Adams. She can still get to 203. 2 more strikes. Nice 244 for Kelly.
Pretty good game. 244, and if the running totals are correct, that would put her at 10-12 today. So plus 12 on the day. Seems pretty pleased with her finish. I heard somebody say plus 12, and she said, yep, so I guess that is accurate.
That's what I heard as well, so always a good squad when you're in the plus here at Junior Gold, so.
Nice finish for Stephanie.
I think it's
Stephanie
at
Adams,
203.
yeah. Close the last 5. It's a pretty nice finish.
Jessica Millot will wrap up our girls pair. Takes care of the 6'10" first, so.
We still have a couple of frames to go on the boys' side.
All right, just like that, they take the scores down for the ladies, so we will as well.
Yeah, we'll keep watching the guys here finish up. They should bowl at a little faster pace now that they don't have to give any lane courtesy. Nobody to their left or right.
Maybe we'll get to see a few strikes along the way too to finish it up.
We should probably stop saying bad things about Aaron Juradovich because he has a huge knife in his hand right now. Looking awfully dangerous as he puts a piece of tape in the ball.
I hope 7:30. I don't know. What time do we bowl? Again, the next round. Do you know? I don't. Kelly, it's probably 1:30. Oh, yeah, Kelly, it's 1:11 now, so probably 2:30. Tell the viewers at home I'm hostile with a knife.
I think they heard you. Got a frame and a half to go here to wrap up the advancers round in the U20 division. And around an hour after we finish is when we'll get started with the next round, hopefully.
It's just enough time for you to buy me lunch.
I wish we had time to go to Portillo's and get a hot dog. That's the famous place here, the hot dog place. And everybody, I've gone twice this week already. Every time I've gone, I've seen a lot of bowlers. So it's obviously very popular. But Best Chicago dogs in town, no doubt about it. Hands down.
Being from Northwest Indiana,
I'm sure you're very familiar.
I'm familiar with the legend of Portillo's. So.
And their French fries are unbelievable. It's like easily can get addicted to them. They're that good. I think a lot of the bowlers got introduced to Portillo's here this week. And of course, Giordano's Pizza as well. Chicago deep dish. I went there and had some deep dish pizza. Saw half the restaurant full of bowlers. Especially if you go after a squad ends at Junior Gold, you're going to see a lot of people. Because these bowlers, they get pretty hungry after bowling 5 games.
I could imagine.
For 5 hours. I think we may have less bowlers on a pair in the next round, if I'm not mistaken. I think we might have 8 on a pair, which should make things go a little bit quicker, which might actually make us be able to stay on time for match play tonight at 7:30 p.m. We will have to just wait and see.
If I double, you gotta give me a shout out on that thing.
Aaron Hradovich says if he doubles, we have to give him a shout out, and I'll do pretty much anything he says as long as he has that knife. Might even have to give him my wallet by the end of this broadcast.
All right, you volunteered. Yeah, clean game so far for Aaron, but
he's been a little frustrated.
Yeah, has made a ball change and
he hasn't doubled.
Hasn't doubled. As definitely, as you can see him getting prepared here, he's probably further left than pretty much everyone we've seen so far today. But that's one of the keys here at Junior Gold, switching pairs every game. You never know what your fellow competitors left for you. And Aaron's been searching, and he's been staying out of trouble. That's been the big thing. And no splits and no easy spares given away here, but he's starting behind the ball return. A little bit of loft, and gets the trip 4.
Where was he at coming into today? Aaron, do you have the standings up?
I do. Aaron looking up Aaron, all right. It'd probably be easier just to look up his last name than
yeah, I don't
Aaron.
think there are too many Uradoviches in the field.
I have a popular last name, or first name, and last name. There we go. Aaron was an 18th coming into today at plus 50.
So he should be okay. He's giving some back. He's going to be about 75 under, it looks like. So that'll probably put him at 25 under. What was 64th place coming into today, Aaron?
64th was minus 49.
Oh, so he'll be on the bubble. Oh, trying to roll it. Leaves the 8, and he could be in some trouble if he drops to minus 25, and it was minus 49 coming into today. Depending on how the people did behind him in the standings, could be close.
That's true. It's definitely some. Haven't seen too many big scores here on our feature pair, but I know the kids are intimidated, and when they see Lucas Wiseman around, and
I don't know about that. We just take up a lot of space.
Fire Marshal says it's okay.
That's right. Like I said, I don't argue with the fire marshal. He's here to keep people safe, so he knows what he's doing. 199 for Aaron, and he ends up at 916. So 84 under on the day. does not look like somebody who's confident that he's going to be bowling in the next round.
Yeah, definitely. The end of the squad is a rough time. It's especially with these cuts coming up. We talked about a little bit earlier with Hank and Chris, and for those boys and girls who don't make it to the final advances round, nothing to be ashamed of. Definitely an impressive performance already, making it through that first cut of such a huge field.
Yeah, it's really hard to make the cut in this tournament. So to be able to make that cut at 1 and 7 entries, go from 1,403 bowlers down to 200, it's pretty impressive to make that cut.
If I had to
So
guess,
certainly we hope, sure there'll be some disappointment early on, but hopefully a lot of folks, or a lot of these kids realize in retrospect at least that it was a great performance. And
that would be a bear.
Yeah, it's a tough tournament to advance in, a tough tournament to win.
Yeah, it will be.
Tough lane patterns,
It's not easy.
a lot of great bowlers,
It is a grind.
and it is it's pretty harsh cuts.
I don't have them put together.
Just a few more bowlers to wrap up here for us in our advancers round for the U20 division.
Colin Smith looking to get to 181, working on a strike. Great shot there to kick off the 10th.
Just waiting to get the word on the start time down there for the U12 match play. Those youngsters are going to get underway pretty soon with their first round of match play. And they bowl pretty fast down there. You saw it last year.
Oh yeah.
They don't mess around.
They don't.
So I would imagine that their first 2 rounds of match play are going to be over very quickly down there. Maybe even before we start our next round, they might already be done with 2 rounds of match play.
All right, double for Rafael Pizarro. Get to 179 with one more. Chance Rivera.
Trying to see if I see lane machines going down the lanes yet. It looks like the crew is ready to roll down on 1 and 2 at the lane machines. So they'll be moving in just a couple of minutes here. See the lane machine down on the U12 side. It's finishing up their lanes. So they are probably a few minutes away from getting started.
All right, Lucas, that was our final shot here from the under 20 advancers round. We are all done here behind lanes 15 through 18. So they're going to double check all the scores and announce a cut line very shortly. Be sure to check juniorgold.bowl.com for results. But other than that, that's going to wrap it up for us. So on behalf of Lucas Wiseman, big thanks to Chris Schlemmer, Hank Boomershine, and Chad Murphy for joining us. I'm Aaron Smith. We'll be back in about an hour for the next round. We'll have another channel going on for the under 12, just starting in hopefully just a few minutes. So be on the lookout for that. Visit youtube.com/BowlTV to see what events are coming up next. But we'll be back shortly. So thanks again, and we'll see you soon.